in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. Study Islamic University Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational program by opening new faculties, department and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Da'wah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairunas Rajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Asy-Syarif Qasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tatwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wat teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integratively in Asia at 2025.
The Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities, faculty and classroom building, administration center building, main library, students dormitory, laboratory building, Islamic center building, information technology and data center building, students activity center building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, UIN Suskariau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005. Based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is the upgrading of Study Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Kasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 19, 1970 by the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs, number 1094, 1970. Nowadays, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is striving to hold various innovations in developing the university both institutionally and academically. So far, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has produced many alumni that are able to mobilize social transformation through their participation in different institutions, both traditional religious institutions like pesantren and modern institutions in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. Study Islamic University Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational program by opening new faculties, department and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairunas Rajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Asy-Syarif Qasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tadwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wat teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integratively in Asia at 2025.
The Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities. Faculty and classroom building, Administration Center building, Main Library, Students Dormitory, Laboratory building, Islamic Center building, Information Technology and Data Center building, Students Activity Center building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings. State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, UIN Suskariau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005, based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005. State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is the upgrading of State Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Kasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 19, 1970 by the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs, number 1094, 1970. Nowadays, State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is striving to hold various innovations in developing the university both institutionally and academically. So far, State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has produced many alumni that are able to mobilize social transformation through their participation in the various institutions, both traditional religious institutions like pesantren and modern institutions in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. State Islamic University Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational programs by opening new faculties, departments, and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Da'wah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairun Nas Rajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Syarif Kasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tatwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wa teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integrally in Asia at 2025.
The State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities, faculty and classroom building, administration center building, main library, students dormitory, laboratory building, Islamic center building, Information Technology and Data Center Building, Students Activity Center Building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings. Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kashim Riau, UIN Suskaryau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005, based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005, said Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kashim Riau. is the upgrading of State Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Qasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 19.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, Profesor Edi Erwan SPT MSc PhD. The Honorable Dean of Faculty Psychology of UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. The Honorable Dean of Psychology Faculty of UIN Raden Fatah Palembang. The Dean of Psychology Universitas Padang. The Dean of Psychology Faculty of Universitas Mercu Buana Jakarta. The Dean of Psychology Faculty of Universitas Batam. The Honorable Invited Speaker, Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Khan, and Psychology Queen from University Selangor, Malaysia. The Honorable Haidar Buldan Tontowi, PhD, from Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta. The Honorable Professor Michael Hardy, CMG OBA FRSA, from Coventry University, United Kingdom, and also the audience and seminar participants. We thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, the Lord of the universe, who has been giving us His blessings and mercy so that we can join this webinar in a good condition and happy. And then, may peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us into the right ways of life. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Heidisa Alaudina, the Master of Ceremony, will guide this morning's ceremony. I'm glad to see all of you and present to you today. International webinar on psychology and call for papers, cyberpsychology, psychological reflection on the impact of the internet on society. This webinar was hosted by the Faculty of Psychology, UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, in collaboration with UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, Universitas Negeri Padang, Universitas Mercu Buana Jakarta, and Universitas Batam. We are truly thankful for their support, effort, and contribution for this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now, we will hear the Al-Quran recitation from Zulkhairi. For Zulkhairi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وما جعله الله إلا بشرى لكم ولتطمئن قلوبكم وما النصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم. ليقطع طرفا من الذين كفروا أو يكبتهم فينقلبوا خائبين. ليس لك من الأمر شيء أو يتوب عليهم أو يعذبهم أو يعذبهم فإنهم ظالمون. ولله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض. يغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء. والله غفور رحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تأكلوا الربا أضعافا مضاعفا واتقوا الله لعلكم تفلحون. واتقوا الله لعلكم تفلحون. صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Zulkairi. Singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear welcoming speech by the Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, Professor Edi Erwan SPT MSc PhD. To Professor Edi Erwan SPT MSc PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much for Mr. MC. The Excellencies, the Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Khan from the University of Selangor, Malaysia. The Excellencies, the Haidar Boldan Tontowi PhD, the lecturer at Faculty Psychology, Gajah Mada University Indonesia. Excellencies, the Professor Michael Hardy from Coventry University, United Kingdom. The Excellencies, the Deans of Psychology Faculty of UIN, Suskaryau, the Dean of Psychology Faculty of University Mercubuana, Jakarta, the Dean of Health Science Faculty of Batam University, the Dean of Psychology and Health Science Faculty of States University of Padang, Indonesia, faculty members, lecturers, the committee, and all our students, distinguished guests, participants of this international webinar from the several universities. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
On this special occasion, let us offer our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for it is with His mercy and blessing that we can gather in this occasion to attend on this international webinar. First of all, on behalf of our university, I'm honored and pleased to have your attendance today through this Zoom meeting. I also would like to extend my warm welcome to our speakers today, the Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Khan, Haidar Baldan Tontowi PhD, and Professor Michael Hardy. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is one of the oldest Islamic university in Indonesia under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. As one of the leading Islamic universities in the country, UIN Suskaryau now has developed numerous disciplines with 44 study programs under the 8 faculties and postgraduate program, including master program for psychology. This webinar is held by Faculty of Psychology, UIN Suskaryau, in collaboration with UIN Raden Fatah Palembang, University Negeri Padang, University Batam, and Mercubuana University Jakarta. By conducting this important webinar, we do expect that the Psychology Faculty of UIN Suskaryau will be leading to achieve the vision and mission of the university by integrating knowledge, science, and art with Islamic teaching as the core values of UIN Suskaryau. We believe that the topics addressed and highlighted issues by our keynote speakers and some other presenters will contribute a lot to the achievement of university vision. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to extend warm welcome and thank you to all of the keynote speakers for sharing the brilliant talk through this international webinar. I do hope that this event will become a good entry point to better understanding about crucial issues in cyber psychology. This webinar is also hoped to give more opportunities to build an international collaboration with several universities in various academic areas in the coming future. May Allah grant His blessing in our every effort to lead and achieve this vision. Thank you very much, and I officially open this webinar by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Edi Erwan, SPT and SC PhD for the welcoming speech. We hope for full blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Let's make a doa. Doa will guide by Muhammad Lutfi Amri. To Muhammad Lutfi Amri, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we pray, let's say istighfar together. Astaghfirullahalazim. 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 Alladzi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum wa natubu ilaih. Na'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal azimi wal karimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ghfir lana dzunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzubika min sakhatika wan nar. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan halalan tayyiban wa amalan mutakabbalan. Allahumma la sahla illa ma ja'alta sahla wa anta taj'alul husna idza syi'ta sahla. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you for Muhammad Lutfi Amri. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to listen to our invited speakers. For the first session, our speaker is Professor Dr. Rahmatullah Khan, M. Psychology Clean from University Selangor, Malaysia. And our moderator is Mr. Zakwan Adri, SPSI, MPSI Psikolog. Mr. Zakwan Adri, SPSI, MPSI Psikolog, is a lecturer from Universitas Negeri Padang. We hope you join this webinar happily and get more benefit. Pardon me for unnecessary word. At the end of this opening ceremony, I will close it by saying, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For Mr. Zakwan Adri, SPSI, MPSI Psikolog, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Master of Ceremony, and good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zakwan Adri, and I'm one of the faculty at the Faculty of Psychology and Health at Universitas Negeri Padang. And for this morning, I would like to guide our speakers, our invited speaker, Professor Rahmatullah Khan. And before coming to the professor, I would like to introduce him first to you all. And he is Professor Rahmatullah Khan from Universitas Selangor, Malaysia. And in his curriculum vitae, I would like to say it's an amazing curriculum vitae because he has both academic and clinical practice in his career in clinical psychology, and he was the lecturer at the USM and also at the International Islamic University, at University UPSI, and also at the University of Selangor today. And this is our next meeting, Professor. And I met you in 2018 in Padang, and I hope you still remember me. And Professor Rahmatullah Khan is also a visiting consultant clinical psychologist in some hospitals in Malaysia. Therefore, I hope that, and I am sure that we will have more knowledge today from his presentation. And for today, I would like to please Professor Rahmatullah Khan to deliver his presentation to all of us. And Professor, it will be around about 40 minutes for you to deliver it. And after that, we will have some discussions about the contents of your presentation then. Please, we would like to allow you, Professor Rahmatullah Khan, for your presentation, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Zakri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Professor Eddie Irwan, Excellencies, professors, deans, and also the participants of this webinar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the university that invited me for this occasion. Yeah, Zakri, I remember we met some years back, and Alhamdulillah. Okay, now let me start by putting the wait, let me get the okay. All right. Okay. Is it all right, Zakri? You can see that, huh?
Yes, it's clear here.
Very good. Well, my topic is actually psychosocial reflections of the impact of the internet on society. Let's go to the. So actually, we have actually entered a new era in the field of psychology. You know, when we talk about cyber psychology, if we study, we found that approximately 58% of the world's 7 billion people use the internet. So this is quite a big number. And the creation and sharing of information and ideas through what you call social media has become a primary form of communication and information exchange. And the combination of new technologies and digital natives, that is, you know, those who have grown up using the internet, computers, mobile devices, you know, is actually transforming the ways in which we learn, communicate, and socialize in the world. It's really unfortunate, you know. We will look at it, you know, more detail. And then social interactions, communication, and social, you know, and also patterns of behavior in almost every sphere of life have been transformed. It's totally changed really now. electronic messaging has become the medium of choice for business and personal communication. We communicate so much, even for this webinar also. I'm communicating, through internet, through this electronic messaging. Greater convenience and extended information access related to always-on connectivity, and mobility have led to technology entering the private spheres of human lives. Users have a technological intimacy with many devices you carry with yourself, using wherever they go. You notice that almost everyone you see will carry a handphone, whether it's Android, iPhone, or whatever. So traditional hierarchy structures have flattened. Accessibility to political institutions have been enhanced, and the ability to build personal and professional networks has surged. The use of mobile devices alone has decentralized communication networks and has the potential to facilitate groups of unrelated people at a moment's notice. You see, very, very fast. You look at the speed and flow of information online has also enabled information to be transferred on a mass global scale. So, in short, the ways in which we consume information and communicate with others, both locally and globally, have actually fundamentally changed. So this is where the era we are now, you see. So now there are some, several issues in this, in what I believe, that we can discuss today. First, you see, is that how is actually artificial intelligence and virtual reality, how is it regulated and controlled? See, so, and then you also will figure out how accurate is the AI response. Will it lead to misinformation? Because sometimes it does lead to misinformation, and will virtual reality replace our traditional methods of interaction? You notice that there are a number of virtual reality already started. And how deep is our relationship method of between humans and AI once it achieves a higher intelligence? So when we look at the internet, it has actually become an integral part of our daily life, as I mentioned earlier. But its excessive and dysfunctional use can lead to various clinical and psychosocial problems among adolescents, adults, and adults, even children also, young children also. I hope that my presentation will also explore the detrimental effects, impacts of internet overuse on mental health, relationships, and overall well-being. As I mentioned earlier, about 50% of the population, if you look at these statistics in this year about the use of internet, you notice that 5.18 billion people are actually active internet users, more than half of our population of the world. And then about around 4.8 billion are social media users, and you have 2.96 billion people using Facebook. And then you also, now the TikTok is increasing, so you have 1.68 billion users. I've not started, but I've looked at TikTok. I've not, myself personally, I've not producing my own TikTok yet. So, later on, this will go on. And, we have not talked about Instagram and all the other stuff, So, so when we look at the issues related to cyber psychology, there are two big areas. One is the clinical issues, Another one is the psychosocial issues. When we look at the clinical issues, we will be talking a little bit on internet addiction disorder, sleep disruption, and also cyberchondria. And then when we look at the psychosocial issues, we will look at social isolation. I may focus a lot more on social isolation, and then online harassment and bullying, and also fear of missing out. So okay, now let's move on and look at the clinical issues. For the clinical issues, we look that there are 4 big areas. First is like is actually an excessive and the internet addiction disorder is there's 2 ideas about it. Some people have said that it is not a disorder, but there are quite a number of people who prove it as a disorder. So what is it about? It is actually an excessive and compulsive internet use. So that is the definition of it. And then it also linked to the increased rates of anxiety, depression, and ADHD. In fact, through my clinical practice also, I noticed that the last few years, we have quite a bit of cases of anxiety and depression, which is related to internet. So, and then you have also the interpersonal interaction problems in day-to-day life as a result of excessive internet use. And also you have similar neurobiological mechanism to substance addiction. There are a number of writers who write about this. If you one not so recent, but 1996, Young, he wrote on the internet addiction, the emergence of a new clinical disorder. So if you want to get more of it, we can look at it. The American Psychiatric Association also mentioned that in order for you to classify someone with internet addiction, you need at least 3 of the following. The user need to spend ever increasing amounts of time online to feel the same sense of satisfaction. That means that's one. And then you have, if they can't go online, the user experiences unpleasant withdrawal. They have some kind of withdrawal symptoms such as anxiety, moodiness, compulsive fantasizing about the internet. And then so when the person uses the internet, you feel relief. So this is number 2 type of what you call symptoms. And then the third one, the user turns to the internet to cope with negative feelings such as guilt, anxiety, or depression. So when the person is having some kind of this kind of feeling, he goes to the internet to cope with it. Or the fourth one is the user spends a significant amount of time engaging in other activities related to the internet, such as researching internet vendors, internet books, those kind of stuff. And then the fifth one is the user neglects other areas of life, such as relationships, work or school or leisure pursuits, in favor of spending time on the internet. So you have some people who are having that problem. And the last thing is the user is prepared to lose relationships, jobs, or other important things in favor of the internet. So you need at least 3 of these symptoms in order for you to classify as internet addiction. And then there are also several types of internet addiction, which you can categorize it to. One is sex. Person uses the internet to look at, download, swap pornography, and to engage in what we call casual cyber sex with other users. This results in neglect of the real world sex life with the partner or spouse. I have a case, actually, a clinical case, whereby the spouse is being neglected, whereas this client is all the time on the internet, accessing pornography and all those kind of stuff. So this is what you call one form where it is called sex addiction of the internet. And then you have relationships. In the second type, relationship, the person uses chat rooms to form online relationships, like online dating and all those kind of stuff, at the expense of spending time with real life family and friends. This could include having online affairs. If it turns out to be affairs, then it becomes what we call cyber adultery, adultery, cyber adultery. So in case of relationship, so that's two already. Two category. Third category is games. This can include spending excessive amounts of time playing games, gambling, shopping, or trading, and this can also lead to severe financial troubles and also physical. I have one case whereby very young boy, 16 years old. He's so since the pandemic, he's all the time on the internet, but he developed some kind of service whereby he what you call edit videos for people, and he charged them money. But he's so young and doing this, so this one affect his school. But during the pandemic, because he doesn't have to go to school, he just do online studies at home. So it's all right. But now when the school starts already, then he find it's very problematic to go to school and those kind of stuff. So this is actually another area category, what you call games. And you have the fourth category, which is information. In terms of information, is that the user obsessively search, store, and collects information from the internet. So you have what you call, this is looks at the internet addiction. Okay, now let's move on. Internet, and then you have sleep disruption. In sleep disruption, what happened is that sleep actually deprivation contributes to mood disorders and also cognitive impairment. Because the person spends so much time on the internet, and then you have also what we call doom scrolling. Doom scrolling actually is continuous scrolling, negative news on the what you call on the phone, for example. It is called what you call, sometimes people call it doom surfing, doom scrolling, as well as doom surfing, because they surf the internet. This is when someone continuously search for bad news, bad news, bad news on a particular topic or topics to where there is no end in sight. And you keep on searching all the bad news that is related, it's never end, it's keep on going. It is like, the natural, what you call, inclination to stare upon, let's say a bad car wreck, which is, like somebody has accident. We notice that actually sometimes people viral this kind of TikTok or on the YouTube, all the what you call dangers in accidents, so this so some people are in like this doom scrolling, doom scrolling. So this is actually unsettling, but then most of us cannot help ourselves. Research has also support the notion that our brains actually are inclined to prefer looking upon the gloom and the doom of the world, because it can harm us physically. So in this case, the inclination becomes pervasive and chronic. Actually, why do people doom scroll? Doom scrolling actually is an often paradoxical and confusing behavior. Some of the reasons why they doom scroll is because, first, anxiety, what do you call, uncertainty and anxiety. The unknown can be scary, so people may seek to learn much about as much as they can from many sources and possible. The hope is that more information will reduce anxiety, but actually it makes it grow more. So that's one, uncertainty and anxiety. Second thing is actually negativity bias. People are actually hardwired to see negative news as more important than significant than positive news. And that's why you see sometimes in news, they have a lot of negative news. You know, accident, this in the news. You see? They blow up the negative news. So they have what you call negative bias. And then this FOMO, fear of missing out. The fear of missing out drives people to constantly be in the know. That means when it comes to everything from major world news to local gossip. So, you know, when there is something, they want to know, they want to find out. People want to gossip. People want to at least they think that they should know why they didn't know this issue, you know, this news. So this is the problem. What you call FOMO, fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out all the negative news, so you find out more about it. And then you have lack of self-control. At times, doom scrolling simply comes down to a lack of self-control, because you cannot control yourself. So you cannot discipline yourself. You know, that's enough, not too much, you know, you keep on going. And then being right. Some people are so intent to proving themselves right or others wrong that they will endlessly seek information that proves their point. And then the final reason why people doom scroll is procrastination. Doom scrolling may serve as secondary function of chronic procrastination. Rather than doing the work you need to do, you spend your time doom scrolling to avoid the work. Sometimes people at work, instead of doing their work, they doom scroll, you know, they go through the phone, check all those things. So this is the one problem, doom scrolling. And then, okay, now let's move on. You have, in addition, there are two items there. What you call the blue light exposure from screen suppresses the melatonin production. That's also another issue. And then overuse of screens before bedtime affects sleep quality. You know, some people, they before they sleep, they just take their handphone and then they are looking at something, you know, it keep on going. So this one actually disturbs their sleep, because falling asleep, because you make your brain become so active, so it keeps on going. It keeps on going. Yeah? All right, let's move on. Then you have cyberchondria. Yeah, cyberchondria is actually excessive health-related internet searching, which leads to actually unwanted, unwarranted anxiety. So what happened is that the people keep on, you know, surfing the internet to find out about their problem. So this is actually the problem in the what you call cyberchondria, and then it may worsen actually, worsen existing health conditions, and then the risk of having misinformed due to lack of information verifications. Because sometimes you get in the, you know, these people, they find out something from the internet, but there is, you know, they cannot verify this information, whether it's true or not, fake, whatever. So, you know, it keep on going. And then self-diagnosis and over-interpretation. So they make their own diagnosis of their, you know, and then they become more, and involves more anxiety. Because they themselves, through the information that they get from the internet, they make what you call, they make their own diagnosis. Yeah, there are actually a number of researchers who do research on this. You can check cyberchondria, you know, because some people, they tend to over interpretation of the medical information, you know. All right, so and then let's move on. You have now we go to the psychosocial issues. The psychosocial issues will start with social isolation. In social isolation, what happened is that you have an excessive internet use may replace face-to-face interaction. See, people because people are using too much on the internet, so they are not doing what you call face-to-face. So this is actually the phenomenon whereby the individuals spend a significant amount of time online, often at their expense, because they spend too much time online. So they don't have time to interact face-to-face with the family. Even you can observe this. Let's say when you go to a restaurant or somewhere, you notice, a family there sitting, everybody looking at their handphone. You see, actually they're supposed to interact among themselves, but they resort to what you call to the online, whereby they are interacting with other people, see, rather than with their family. So this actually behavior can lead to a reduced sense of connectedness and engagement with the real world, because online world is not the real world, isn't it? So resulting various negative consequences for someone's mental as well as emotional well-being. And then you have decreased emotional connection and social skills, because especially young children, adolescents, because that is the time whereby they need to learn social skills. But as a result of this, what you call too much on the cyber, on the handphone or whatever it is, so they spend time to interact with other people, to learn about the social skills, because social skills is a skills. So you have to learn social skills. It's not by what you call, it's not, you're born with the social skill. You must learn about the social skills. Those children needs to learn social skill, but because they are on the time on the iPad, on the iPhone, on the Android, whatever, so they don't use their time to develop their skills, social skills. And then you have the link to loneliness and also feelings of isolation. So it's like a vicious cycle, because you spend much time on the internet or on the iPhone or the phone, and then you don't communicate or don't interact with other people. So as a result, you feel isolated. You see, so then the final thing is the user's internet as a form of destructive coping. So actually, you think that you can cope by using the internet, but actually it's a distraction on yourself. Let's go to the next one. And then you have this online harassment and bullying. So this is also another problem. Cyberbullying has actually serious emotional consequences. It also can lead, what is actually cyberbullying? Cyberbullying is a type of bullying in which one or more individuals use digital technologies to intentionally and repeatedly cause harm to another person. Cyberbullies, they use mobile phones, they use computers, they use other electronic devices such as to send texts, emails, or instant messages, or to post comments on social media or in chat rooms, or in other ways to use private or public forums to attack their victims. You see, there's a number of research done, and in 2019, researchers at the Cyberbullying Research Center, quite a big center, Cyberbullying Research Center, you can surf and find it, Google it and find. They conducted a national survey of middle and high school students in the United States between 12 and 17. According to their results, 36.5% of the students reported that they had been victims of cyberbullying at some point in their lives. 34%, of the boys, and 38% of the girls. That means that more girls are being bullied. That's a big number, 36%. Addition, 17% of those anything have been what you call they what you call within the 30 days already there was the bullies carried out a number of attacks. What are those attacks that they put? They put in, for example, they posted mean and hurtful comments about the victim online, and then they spread rumors about the victim online. They threatened to hurt the victim through mobile phone texts. They posted mean names or comments with sexual meaning about the victim, and then they also threatened to hurt the victim online. So there's this is actually quite a big thing, you know. There are a number of studies done about the cyberbullying. So actually when we are being harassed online, it can lead to depression, anxiety, and even suicidal ideation. And then what you call recent forms include fat shaming. You know, they may because of the body a little bit obese and all that, and also trolling. And then it creates a hostile online environment. There's a good reference there mentioned here, Induja and Pachin. It's a little bit, but not too far off, 2010, bullying, cyberbullying, and suicide. You can search for that. And then you come to the next one, which is fear of missing out. What is fear of missing out? It's actually constantly comparing oneself to others on social media, because the people, they keep on compare, they want to compare to others. So you can compare very well if you look online, definitely, social media. So everybody is posting something there and they say, oh, I don't have that, so this is actually, so it generates feelings of inadequacy, because when you compare, definitely you will find so many people better than you, if you more than what you want. So this is what you call negative way of comparison. What we should compare is to one that are more what you call problematic than us, so at least we feel better, isn't it? And then this is done for the sake of keeping up with the times and trend, because you want to follow trends, you want to keep up with the times, so you keep on what you call finding out, are you following the trend? And this also impacts the self-esteem and psychosocial well-being. This actually there's a good reference, motivational and emotional and behavior correlates of fear of missing out. Actually, if you Google fear of missing out, you can get a lot of stuff there. And then let's look at early conclusion on this. We notice that actually the issue is actually the dysfunctional use of the internet, as I mentioned earlier part of among and parents and adults, adolescent and adults. It presents actually significant clinical and psychosocial challenges. So what's important to it is actually addressing these issues requires a comprehensive approach involving awareness, education, and also therapeutic interventions, because that's what we need to do. So the way is actually you need to balance technology use with healthy offline activities is crucial for maintaining mental and emotional well-being. Okay, now these next two slides I just mentioned briefly, and then we'll go more detail. So you have this is actually social isolation due to dysfunctional internet use, withdrawal from offline activities, substituting online relationship to real-life connections, limited face-to-face communication, and then you have neglecting family and friends relationships, and then you have the impact on mental health, reduced empathy, decreased sense of belonging, and also escapism. So you have 8 items there. And you look at the first one, withdrawal from offline activities. See, adolescents and adults who spend excessive time on the internet might start withdrawing from previously enjoyed activities. You see, because there are some other activities that used to be sort we call like physical activities, sports, hobbies, community events, those kind of stuff. So maybe they used to do that, but then when they start learning about what you call online stuff, then they start withdrawing from these offline activities. So, you know, whereas these activities, when you participate in these social activities, they may choose, we will have a lot of benefit, but then, you know, once when they go online, then it leads to actually decrease in real world interaction. So the interaction online is not the real world, you know. So this is one problem, withdrawal from offline activities. And then you have substituting online relationship with real life connections. So you see, people may develop deep connections with online friends on social media or social media contacts. However, these relationships are often limited to digital interactions. See, unless you already develop, you know, like you have friends before who you are close, you know, then that's all right, because now sometimes due to the distance you cannot meet very often, so you go online. But you have already developed what you call deep connections with these friends. But for people who you know start to know online, it can be problematic sometimes. So now so relying solely on this connection can lead to a lack of genuine emotional support that comes from in-person interaction, because some of these what you call online relationship that you haven't met all by face-to-face, so you may not get that what you call genuine emotional support. So this is the problem, you know. And then okay, now you have what we call limited face-to-face communication. So excessive internet use can reduce opportunity because you're on the internet, so there's no what you call opportunity to go face-to-face conversation. So for example, you know, someone who constantly use social media to communicate might neglect to have meaningful conversations with the family member because you're all the time on the internet, so you spend less time with your family member. You know, like dining at the dining table or colleagues at work, you know, leading to a decline in social skills because as a result of not spending enough time communicating face to face, so it what you call, you decline your social skills. So you know, because sometimes some people, they are scared to develop their social skills because they know that face to face, you know, you really have to, you know, have to be conscious of yourself. Whereas if you online, you know, you can just don't worry about how people say, you know. So this is the problem with it. And then neglecting family and friend relationships. So spending too much time online can strain relationship with family and friends. Already, if you look at family, we know, like for example, when their children, family, you look at family, the children actually, as they grow up, become adolescent, already they don't want to participate whenever the family goes somewhere together. You know, they don't want to go. Now, with the what you call internet, handphone and all this, they are more attached to the handphone than the family. So so this will strain the relationship with family and even friends, you know. And then so, you know, like for example, in, like I mentioned just now, you know, at the, let's say you go for a dinner or a gathering or whatever, you know, then suddenly you know, people are on the devices, on the handphone, on the devices. So it become, then people will see that this guy is not interested or even rude and all that. So as a result, it will make you not want to go to this kind of gatherings anymore. So it becomes reduced and reduced. So it causes others to feel neglected and leading to strained relationships. So instead of what you call improving your relationship, but it's affecting. And then we go on, next one is what you call impact on mental health. Social isolation due to excessive internet use can actually contribute to feelings of loneliness, depression, and anxiety. See? So sometimes we think, when they are internet, they are actually connecting to people. But how come it becomes loneliness and depression? Because the connection is not real. Online, that one is not real. It's not the same as what you call connecting, because of you don't see the empathy, you don't see the emotional support and all that. So that's why, although you are, connecting with people on the internet, but you feel still lonely, and depressed and so anxiety, So, and then as people miss out on the emotional and psychological benefits of the real world interaction, their mental health may deteriorate. You see, because actually real world interaction means, excuse me.
Sorry, Professor. The time is almost up for presentation. I'm
Okay.
sorry for interrupting you.
All right, no worries. I just have a few more slides. I'll go very fast. Okay. And then you see, so because the real world, what you call interactions, has a lot of benefits. So when you reduce on that, then you have a problem. Okay, now let's go on. Reduce empathy. Reduce empathy. The lack of face-to-face interaction can make make it difficult to understand others' emotions and perspective. Because you need to see the face. Because sometimes, what you call, when you interact using WhatsApp, for example, because you can't see WhatsApp, so you can't see the person's face, you see. So you cannot see the what you call the emotions and perspectives. And then online interactions often lack the cues and nuances that come with in-person conversations, potentially reducing empathy and emotional intelligence. Okay, now, so let's go on. Decreased sense of belonging. So real-world communities, such as neighborhoods or clubs, provides a sense of belonging and identity. So, but then if you rely so much on the online interaction, can lead to weaken sense of connection, to these communities. So it will actually impact overall well-being. So, and then this escapism. Some individuals turn to the internet as a way to escape from the real world challenges or difficulties. While temporary, this escapism can lead to prolonged social isolation and detachment from the real life responsibilities. It may help in the beginning, but then a long time it will be a problem. And then, okay, now let's look at the summary. In summary, you look at the social isolation resulting from dysfunctional internet use involves a diminished engagement with online and activity offline relationship and activities, because as a result of dysfunctional internet use, so you don't engage much with the offline relationship activities. While internet can offer various benefits, it's important to strike a balance between online and offline interaction to maintain healthy social connection and overall well-being. And then, okay, now let's go to the conclusion. So dysfunctional internet use is significant risk factor to develop these two things, clinical issues we mentioned just now, and then you have the psychological issues. And then you see, cyberpsychology is an emerging field, but it is now more important than ever. So the emergence of this virtual reality and artificial intelligence requires a more robust approach in mitigating various psychological issues. There is actually also issues pertaining to artificial intelligence regulation, and its effect on us is yet to be seen. There's also now a growing interest in cybersecurity and digital identity. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Rahmatullah Khan. It's really insightful for me and also for the participants that the psychosocial issues that may cause some psychological problems in human life, and you make it easier for us to understand when you use the abbreviation of WSLN MEVE. So it's easy for us to understand it, some like the withdrawal from our society and substitution relationship into the online one, and neglecting family can be a serious issue in our psychological and also social life, and until the escapism also. And it's really interesting. It's really clear from the psychosocial perspective about the negative effects there, and we cannot deny that there are also benefits of the effects of the technology of the internet in our life today. And thank you once again, Professor. And we go to the next question and answer session. To all participants, we have sometimes before closing the session to the next our invited speaker. And please, for any participant who wants to raise hand for giving questions to our speaker. Yes, the first one to Bu Sophie Septania. Time is yours to ask questions to Professor Rahmatullah Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Zakwan, and good morning, Professor Rahmatullah. My name is Sophie Septania. Currently, I'm a lecturer from Lampung, one of University Lampung. Now, I'm taking my doctoral study in UGM. My question is, when I see your conclusions, especially in mitigations, I see that you strict that there is a need to balance the use of online and offline. Currently, I'm doing my research on cyberpsychology also, and I'm doing my focus on digital well-being. My question will be, what is your opinion about digital well-being? How we ensure the linearity between the psychological well-being, social well-being, and then the subjective well-being with the digital well-being in self. Yeah. So what is your opinion, especially for me, because I'm doing my research now in that topic? How can we describe the best fit definitions of digital well-being along with the current well-being definitions we have also today? Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. It's quite a difficult question to answer actually, because you need to what you call balance lah. Like I mentioned in the conclusion, because we cannot totally disregard this cyber digital whatever lah is the all technologies that's existing now. The only thing is to strike a balance between the use and also and other offline activities. I mean, online and offline, you have what you call is very important. And actually, for example, let me give you an example. Let's say children nowadays, they are already, some parents, unfortunately, they give, they know that the children will be upset, this. So the best thing, just give the handphone to the child, and then the child will be quiet. Rather than sort of like, tend to the child, because that is actually learning what you call situation for the children, because they want to learn how to, for example, how to interact with adults, with their parents, how to what you call have patience in situation whereby, like for example, a child with the mother going to the shopping or whatever, buying some stuff. So the child want to ask something, so she has to wait actually for a while. She tell the parent and have to wait. But these are all what you call skills to learn. So there's so many skills to learn, but then what happened is the parent stopped the learning procedure by just giving the what you call the handphone or whatever. You give the iPad, then you stop all the learning skill of the child already. So for example, I've seen in restaurants, sometimes I go, the child 6-7 years old, eating, you should be actually you must get the child to eat by themselves, because eating is a skill. But then what happened, because they know that the child will not eat a lot, will not eat very much, so they give the iPad. The child will be looking at the iPad, and then they swap kan lah, dia bagi swap makanan. Then they feed the child rather than allowing the child to to eat by themselves. So this is the problem. Okay, in that case, how would you do? Actually, the best thing would be you tell the child, okay, now you eat, you finish, I will give you to use the iPad. Once you finish, then you can use the iPad for half an hour, for example. But you must eat yourself first. If you don't finish, you won't get. So, example lah, but maybe what you call, because depending on the situation, you see. So actually, the balance here is actually, it may not be equal, and depending on the age of the person. Young people, the time to spend on the internet, whatever, is very little, cannot be too much, because they need to learn so many things else. So there should be what you call, you need to devise the system. You have to, and in fact, there are what you call recommendations that only for certain age group, 1 hour only a day of what you call, or screen time. They call it screen time, 1 hour screen time per day, not more than that. So, and then you see, but sometimes it's quite difficult with the children, because when you are with the children, if you use your own time but you don't allow them, then it's a difficult. They cannot figure out. So you cannot use in front of them, because that's also a modeling. They will be modeling that. Actually, I don't know whether I've answered your question or not, but I hope you develop those system, find out more about how you want to balance it lah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rahmatullah, for the explanation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Wait, we have a question on the chat box, Professor. Before coming, I hope we still have time for Ms. Sharifah. And there's a question from the chat, but I guess it is personal chat to me, and I would like to read it for you. I was wondering about your statement regarding internet addiction as a diagnosable disorder. In 2000, it is argued that internet addiction is a misnomer because internet is merely the medium to the addiction. For instance, we have gambling addiction, but we do not have casino addiction. If it is assumed that addictive use of the internet does exist, the addiction would actually pertain to the corresponding activities and not to the internet itself. These activities are quite diverse and include gaming, gambling, viewing pornography and related sexual behaviors, shopping, chatting, etc. What do you think of this argument? And should we treat internet addiction as a clinical disorder? If so, based on your experience, does the treatment differ from other forms of behavior addiction, such as gambling addiction? That's the question.
Yeah, that's why as I mentioned, there are arguments from both sides of the coin lah. That some people are saying that you cannot, it's not a disorder, but actually, if you look at the American Psychiatric Association, they have a very clear, what you call, clear demarcation, of how you consider this internet addiction as a disorder, although it is not listed there. But then, if you look at what you call, I think based on my clinical practice, I have seen a number of cases of internet addiction. So it's it's very what you call debilitating lah, in the sense that people who are having these problems, it's affecting their whole life. I have one case, this young person, he, what you call, he's actually he's more of games. He's more of games, but it's still internet, because internet games. So he will go to this what you call game sites. Even at daytime he will go out. You have this what you call the shops, whereby you have all this game, and he will play there. And then even during lunchtime and all that, his father will have to bring food for him. Otherwise he will not eat. He will not eat and go until the end and of the day, whereby the shop closed. He come home. Then he continue some more at home with his internet games, online games. So so what is the function of his life? No more. Doesn't go to work, doesn't do anything. Just all wake up and all. So this is actually very debilitating lah. Is a problem, and I'm sure quite a number of people are actually in this category, but we are not exposed to them. But if you really check, you will find. So I think that's it. I can discuss a little bit on that. Thank you, Zakri.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. But actually, we have one more participant to ask you, but we have a limited time, and yes, I was limited to only about at 9, and we've come to the end of our discussion. I'm really sorry to Ms. Sharifah. I know that you are really curious about things to ask for, to ask the Professor Rahmatullah Khan. And before ending this first session of the session with our invited speaker, please, for the committee to show that we would like to give you virtually first the certificate for our appreciation to you for your really insightful presentation, Professor.
Okay,
Please accept it for us.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and for your insightful knowledge and your experience.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rahmatullah Khan. And as a moderator for this first session, I would like to say thank you very much for around almost 400 participants entering this session. I guess they would be really satisfied for the knowledge we have today. And before closing this session, I would like to inform that we will go to the next session with Mr. Haidar Buldan Tantowi, PhD, my senior at the university. And the moderator for the second session will be Mr. Ahmad Naufalul Umam, MSE. And after this, the time will be yours, Mr. Ahmad Naufalul Umam. And this is the end of the first session. And once again, this is really insightful discussion, and would be really valuable for many people. Thank you very much, Professor Rahmatullah Khan, and also for all participants and the committee. And as the moderator, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And please, Mr. Ahmad Naufalul Umam, time is yours for the second session.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmad Naufalul Umam. You can call me Naufal, and I will be the moderator for the second speaker, Haidar Buldan Tantowi. It's a coincidence because he is also my colleague in Ikatan Psikologi Sosial, and we are working together in the social psychology education currently. Such a incident, we meet again here, Mas Buldan. So yeah, Mas Buldan spent the doctoral study of philosophy in School of Psychology and Neuroscience in University of St. Andrews. And before that, he spent master study in the general psychology program at New York University and spent the bachelor degree study at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. His research experience mostly about the intergroup contact, especially the one that breeds conflicts, such as anti-communist narrative and intergroup contact with the minority groups, and etc. His professional experience is the head of quality assurance unit at Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Gadjah Mada currently, and then the publication mostly about the research I've told you before. It's three of the research that he mentioned in his CV is those are the first one: effective reactions among students belonging to ethnic groups engaged in prior conflict, and then there's also causes of anger among senior high school students in Indonesia, an indigenous psychology approach. And not to mention that he used to be the director of Center for Indigenous and Cultural Psychology in Universitas Gadjah Mada. I believe we will hear a lot about some research in intergroup contact, also in cyberpsychology, probably, Mas Buldan. So, without further ado, we welcome Mas Buldan to present to us about his presentation. Please, time is yours, Mas Buldan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Naufal. We meet again before in Yogyakarta and now online. I'd like to say hi to Zahwan also, my junior in the Faculty of Psychology. So it's good to see in this forum. Okay, so is my voice clear?
Yes, we can hear you, Mas Buldan.
Okay, so allow me to share my screen. As Naufal has mentioned, my experience mostly constitutes intergroup research, but I have been interested lately in understanding about how we can understand psychological processes and also the methodologies of big data analysis. And so what we found in the last maybe 2 years since COVID, we saw that social media data, it's a valuable resource for psychologists to understand what Indonesians are thinking about particular events. In the presentation today, I'll be talking about some research on COVID-19, but my final study, the latest study working with a student, is about suicide. So I hope this does not reduce the value that I present for this webinar. It's probably a lot more about a methodological approach of using social media data and the potential for us to understand psychological responses through social media data, and what kind of analysis have I undertaken or what I've learned in the last 2 years while working with the Center for Indigenous and Cultural Psychology. So Twitter is actually a very valuable resource for us to do research. And as you can see from the graph over here, more and more people, more and more Indonesians are expressing themselves through social media. And this is, we can see a steady increase from 2019 to 2022. We have around 18 million Indonesians who use the Twitter platform. So this is 436 million Twitter users in Indonesia, or 4.23% of all users in the world. And Indonesia ranks among most Twitter users around the world, ranking below United States, Japan, India, and Brazil. So there is a lot of Indonesians using Twitter, and I think as psychologists, it makes sense for us to kind of capture what are Indonesians thinking about and what are they saying on Twitter. So before I give you some insights on what we found, let's just do some kind of introduction of the Twitter data and what it is. So the Twitter is a platform where users, they publish their thoughts in tweets of 144 characters or less. The public nature of Twitter, it makes it an attractive research platform. So we can interact with peers, and we can interact with political figures. So like, if you like Jokowi, you could say, I like you, Jokowi. If you don't like Jokowi, you could say, I don't like you, Jokowi. So, it's a very open forum for us to discuss things. If you don't like me, or if you don't like UGM, or if you don't like, you can say that through Twitter. And the boundaries for interacting with one user and another is actually quite fluid. So it makes a very valuable source of data for us to understand. Some research has also been conducted, psychological research, for example, Extat, hundreds of millions or even billions of tweets have been leveraged to predict hearts across US counties. So this kind of shows that, data from Twitter, we can use this to make sense of psychological phenomena. At the time, it also was beneficial because unlike using surveys, especially these days, when we distribute an online survey, we might have the problem of not enough people filling in the surveys because every day they're getting like 5 to 10 online surveys to complete. So there's that kind of like a participant, they're kind of bored of getting surveys all the time. So for Twitter, we can access their API. And we can get a lot of data using streaming tweets or through the REST API. Although the policies of collecting data through Twitter has changed, and I will also mention about that later on. So what are the stages of collecting data using Twitter and getting some insights? First of all, we collect the data application to Twitter through the Twitter developer. And we tell them what our intentions are. We need to, we're doing a thesis project, we're doing a research project. And I think what was most interesting or potential at the time was we could get data for free. Okay, so as long as Twitter approves our application, we can get data from Twitter for free. And these days, it's not only Twitter, we can get free data from YouTube if we access Google API. So that's another benefit of doing social media research is we can get a lot of data for free, given that we have the technical skills or we're working with a computer scientist who's able to access the data. So we use Python, which is a language, programming language to collect the data. You can also use R. So for those of you who are familiar with the R statistical package, that also allows you to do programming and collect data using through social media. And most recently, some of my students are using Google Colabs, which is also free because it prevents incompatibilities in kind of collecting data. So when we look for data in Twitter, the important things that we need to do is what is the keyword? So what is the certain research topic that we want to look for? And so the first example here is because at the time, I remember Jokowi announced that on the 2nd of March that we've had 2 positive cases of corona. And so I was at my home and I didn't have internet. So I had to go to UGM and then I accessed the free Wi-Fi in UGM. And then I put in the word virus corona. Or coronavirus in the program. And then in around 10 seconds, I was able to retrieve 2,000 tweets. Okay, so very quick. Just in around a few seconds, I was able to retrieve thousands of tweets. And the tweets were quite interesting for analysis. And I'll be talking about the results later. But the thing about getting data from Twitter is you need to clean the data. So there's a lot of noise, a lot of mess. We're not sure whether the tweets that we collect are accurate and actually answering our research question. So with the data collection, then there's the data cleaning. So we have to kind of filter whether the tweets are appropriate. When we collected data using filters of Bahasa Indonesia, we were quite surprised that a lot of the tweets were from Malaysia. So we're getting like a lot of IU in our tweet data set. So we had to filter that also. The next stage of after we do the data cleaning, or some mention it as a pre-processing stage, then we analyze. Now, here I'm going to give you some examples of what we've been doing in the last few years. There's word count analysis. There's supervised and unsupervised machine learning. These are some of the approaches that we might employ when we're analyzing social media data. So just to give you an idea of how dirty or how much noise there is in Twitter data, just have a look at this picture and you kind of understand that, it's not too eye-catching because there's like a lot of things, a lot of metadata. So just to get an idea of what this is, you have the number here. There's number 1 here and number 2. Okay, so what do you think this is? Anybody have any idea? I mean, like, what is this?
It seems like 2 tweets here.
Yeah, okay. And what part of the tweet is it?
About politics.
Yes, that's about politics. That's right. What else?
Yes.
Do you know who made the tweet?
Kementerian.
Okay. So what's the tweet about?
About the SB policy, maybe.
Where do you find that?
Menteri Koordinator Bidang Hukum Indonesia Maju.
So as you can see from here, when we collect data and we don't clean it, this is the kind of mess that we get. Okay, so it's very hard to understand. But when we collect data from Twitter, just imagine number 1 here. There's number 1. This is all the data that we collect from 1 tweet. So this is 1 tweet, and this is the kind of information we get. We get when the tweet was created. We get the ID of who created the tweet. We get the text. So as a psychologist, we're probably interested in the text. What is this person saying? We also have an idea about how many friends this person has. This person has 640 friends. We also have information of, in some cases, where they are at. We have information about their language sometimes. This is actually Mahfud MD. So name Mahfud MD, screen name. The location is in Jakarta. We could see how many times the tweet was liked. We could see how much it was retweeted. So we get a lot of information from just 1 tweet. So this is all data. Okay. So if we were just to perform a collection of data without doing data cleaning, this is the mess that we get. And our eyes will probably start twitching because we have to see so many things. So what we want is to make sense of this. And we need to understand what is it that we want as psychologists. As psychologists, it probably makes sense that we want the text. We want to know what people are talking about. It probably makes sense to know who is talking. Are these people leaders? So we have Professor Mahfud, he's a leader. We want to see whether his message is influential or not, where we could see how many likes it has, or whether it was retweeted. These are indicators that we can use to kind of give an idea of, how a certain message kind of proliferates, or whether a certain message was offensive. These are sort of some of the insights. So that's why we have to clean the data. And so here's an example from a journal where the initial data set was 2,072 tweets. And so the researchers, they eliminated non-English and irrelevant tweets. And the research question was social reaction. So anything that was not social reaction was not part of what they collected. All the tweets had to be related with the hashtag not okay, use not okay, or to comment on sexual violence. It was not necessary for a tweet to have an @reply to be considered as a reaction to social disclosure. And the final data set was 306. So even in this data set, it's not even considered as a very large data set. So when some people talk about data, sometimes you might be thinking about millions of data. This paper, which was published in 2018, the initial data set was 2,000, and they were able to clean the data or filter the data and analyze 306 original content tweets, because it was what they were looking for. It was the reach question that they were looking for. So from this mess, we want to create something like this. Okay, so this is a lot easier for us psychologists to kind of see, what is the data like. So over here, we can have this emotional expression. And I think, this is Twitter, people are quite emotional, when they're angry, and that's why we see these sort of offensive words when we analyze Twitter data. And we might not get these sorts of words if we ask them through an interview or if we give them surveys. So this is a natural response towards let's say something that they disagree about, or towards something that they don't like. And we can record these words that they use, or offenses, and we can analyze it and see which words are most prominent. So we collect the data, we need to clean the data, and then how do we analyze the data? So it's common, like for the psychologists, to kind of adopt a theory or hypothesis-driven approach. So we have a theory, we have the hypothesis, and we kind of confirm that through statistical analysis. But for analyzing social media or big data, a lot of it is exploratory, and we're kind of like seeing patterns in the data set. So these are some of the approaches that we have been working on in the past few years. Students, text analytics, supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. And I must say that I'm not an expert, so we're just learning about this, and that papers, I could refer to you some papers about the best practices. So even like papers on the best practices of supervised machine learning, it was published in 2023. Okay, so it's kind of like showing you that in the psychology, this is not the mainstream yet, and we're just beginning to understand, the valuable insights that we could get from social media data and these sorts of techniques. So we'll start from text and analytics, and this is probably the most simplest form, and I would say efficient form analysis is text analytics using linguistic inquiry word count. So this was developed by Penn Baker, Booth, Boyd, and Francis, 2015. And this is paid. So if you want to use this software, you need to pay, I think it's like 200 or 300,000 rupiah per month. So if you have a budget from LPDP or like, from your grants, you might want to allocate some of that for the analysis of text of LIWC, linguistic inquiry word count. So when we have a data of tweets, and let's say we have millions of tweets, how are we going to analyze? So one approach is to look at the words and whether those words, they have specific psychological meaning. So linguistic inquiry word count associates particular words with psychological conditions. So they analyze a number of words. There's content words. So content words are like emotions, positive emotions, negative emotions, anger, frustration, that's categorized as a negative emotion. Happiness, satisfaction, enlightened, these are associated with positive emotions. So those are content words. But then they also analyze style words, and this relates with it was, or I, me. This might relate with a social status, like, the use of I means like a language more focused on the self, you, other. Maybe when you're referring to an out group, you're saying you people, they also take these into consideration. So what it does is a given corpus, so the language that they use is corpus, is like a data set of text. And they're saying, let's say in one tweet, what proportion of that tweet has negative emotions compared to the total amount of words in that tweet. So here's some examples of how they associate certain words with certain psychological things. So like the category, these are the categories. So like, these are the psychological dimensions, which were derived from the LIWC dictionary. So the LIWC dictionary, it's like a dictionary of all these words and what those words mean psychologically. So like we have common verbs, and here we have swear words. So they have swear words. So these are swear words in English. In Indonesian, it'll be totally different. Social processes, mate, they, child, affective processes, happy, cried, emotionality. So, these are the psychological correlates. So they've shown that these words, they indeed correlate with certain things, future, goal-oriented, education, inhibition, informal aggression. And these are some of the studies to kind of back that up. And these are others. So we were interested in emotions. So words like love, nice, sweet, that's positive emotion. Hurt, ugly, nasty, that's negative emotion. We have anxiety. So if they use words like worried, nervous, anger, and so on. So, basically we're using this software to kind of like indicate whether a particular word is associated with psychological process. And so that leads me to talk about the first study. This was with a student, an undergraduate student, and I think it's the first student that I know who's actually using this. And I was like asking her, "Are you up for the challenge? Because I don't know how to use it. You're gonna have to teach me." So she learned I just know like Luke, but and I had the money, so like I was like, okay, if you want to do it, I'll pay for it. You just have to learn and then teach me. So she then learned about it. She also like emailed a number of the authors about like the manuals. And so here we're exploring the psychological reactions among Indonesian Twitter users during the initial COVID-19 period in March 2020. And so we collected data from the first weeks, week 1 and week 4. And I think this is one of the benefits of doing research on Twitter, is because we have a timestamp of each tweet. So because we have a timestamp for each tweet, we can collect tweets and compare different time periods, whether it's based on certain events. So in this case, we wanted to see like, the week 1 was when there was declared that COVID-19, 2 cases of COVID-19 was present in Indonesia. And let's see what happens in week 4. Was there like a differences in the words were used based on the Luke analysis? So we collected 889 tweets, 433 tweets on week 1 and 449 tweets in week 4. Not so much, because at the time we were just beginning to understand, to do research with Twitter. So like a lot of trial and error. And so this is the procedure of the analysis. We prepared the data that we analyze. And what's interesting is if once we have the word count and like the proportion of, let's say, certain words associated with emotion, positive emotion and negative emotion, we can do statistical analysis based on time periods. So whether there was an increase of negative emotion in 4th week, or let's say 1 year from the first point that we collected the data, we can do that because Twitter has timestamps and the analysis from data from the Luke is quantitative. So for the preparation or the pre-processing, we had to clean for URL, news, emoticons. So we don't want news. We don't want non-Indonesian languages. We also had to filter tweet duplicates, and we also like cleared mentions. Now this is the kind of the draft of the limitation. The Luke software analyzes in English. So we don't have an Indonesian version of Luke. So what we had to do was we had to translate our data set into English, and then we do the analysis. Okay. So, in terms of linguistic cultural validity, that is an issue. Okay. So we need to bear that in mind. But I think, with the resources that we have, and I think what's to learn, it made sense to just translate it and see what results we get. So after we translated, then we were able to use the Luke, and then we analyzed. And so this is a kind of a description of like data cleaning. This is the original tweet, and this is the clean tweet. So once we clean the tweet, like from the mentions, and and also like the kind of language that is used, let's say emoticons. So this is the translated tweet. And so comes back to the research question. What do you want to know about? Do you want to know the social aspects of the language, or do you want to know about the psychological processes? Here, we're focusing on the affective process. We want to know more about positive emotion and negative emotion. And these emotions, they kind of fluctuate from week 1 and week 2. And so this is an example of the analysis. So this is one tweet, and then it will mention what is the proportion of certain words indicating emotion, kind of like based on the total number of words in this text. So here, bastard, so that's like the translation, the English translation, and this is considered as anger. So it's like from a total of 34 words, there were 2 words, and this is how much percent of the word anger was indicated in this text. So we use this loop to analyze the whole body of text, and this is what we found. We found that for the first week, there were more proportions of anxiety. Sorry, I think it's a leak. Okay, so we had more tweets associated with anxiety compared to anger. So this is early March, week 1. But then at the end of March, we see that anxiety was not as large, it reduced, and we saw more anger. So more words associated with anger was reported at the end of March. And so like if you try to make sense of this, it could be that, you know, the initial part of the COVID was kind of uncertain. So, you know, people were unclear of whether it's something dangerous or not. And so it's more of uncertainty. Some people are saying that we shouldn't worry about it. Some people are saying that we should worry about it. So, you know, there's that uncertainty, and this creates anxiety. But then why we get more anger in the end of March? This could be related with the acknowledgement that this is something dangerous. And it could be that people were more disappointed with how the government kind of undermined, you know, the dangers of COVID. It could be showing like a lack of satisfaction with how things were being treated. It could also be a response towards how people do not want to start wearing masks, or they they oppose, you know, social distancing policies. So this is one way we might want to interpret. But this is just to give you an idea on, like, you know, how words using this analysis might be a way to kind of like understand data. Of course, in this data set, it was a small data, but still some interesting insights we found from this data set. So I think for the interest of time, so the limits of the analysis. The question is, do word counts represent emotional experience? So that's the critique from Verdoin, not necessarily. And why is that so? Some people on Facebook say that they are happy, you know, they think about the meaning of life, but is that really what they're thinking? Not necessarily. Some people post a very positive image of themselves on social media, on Twitter. In Twitter, they might want to appear intellectual, but is that the real case? Not necessarily. So there might be a disconnect between what people present on social media and what they're actually feeling. Some people might post happy posts as a compensation of something negative that they're feeling. So that's kind of like the disconnect and something that we should be aware about. Then there's also the limitation of translation from Indonesian to English. You know, swear words in Indonesia are quite different from swear words in English. How Indonesians express emotions are also different. So that's something that we're currently developing. At this point, we're still translating. So we had to contact Penn Baker, and we had to sign a contract saying that we will not share this dictionary to anybody else, but we have the authority to translate their dictionary. And hopefully next year, there will be an Indonesian version of Luke to allow us to do, you know, analysis on social media data. So I'm very keen on like working with collaborators who are also like, you know, interested in doing such research. The other thing was tweets. They were derived from the free. So, you know, these were free. At the time, they were free. And I was able to collect around thousands of tweets. But the limitation is this is not representative. Okay. So the tweets that I was able to get at that time in early March were tweets that were 6 to 9 days in the past. Okay. So that was the first approach, word count. The next approach is supervised machine learning. So this is basically like content analysis. Okay, so when we do content analysis, what we do open coding, right? So we have a number of tweets, and then we try to see whether these tweets are kind of representing a certain theme. We clump them together, and then, you know, this is explaining about positive emotion. This is explaining about critiques. These tweets are talking about support for certain social distancing policies. So I think commonly for a psychologist is we do content analysis manually. Supervised machine learning is us kind of like letting the computer do the hard work. So the hard work for the humans is that we have to create the labels. We create initial codes for then we give to the machine or to the computer. And then they are the ones who will classify more data. So in this, it's like a set of methods that can automatically detect patterns in the data. And so we're using this for classification. So, you know, create content themes or content analysis, seeing like themes and sub-themes. So in this research involved, this is Fahi, this is Ratri, this is Noel, and we recruited Taranga. He's a computer engineer. He just graduated from computer science to help us with the analysis of the data. And so this is, we're kind of interested about PSBB and also PPKM. And what were the risk perceptions associated with these two periods? So because it's Twitter data, you know, we can select which data we want to get from. So we got data about the PSBB period, which was April 10th to 23. And we compared with the PPKM period, which is July 3 to 2021. And we use the following keywords. So keywords is very important. We have to know which keywords would get the most relevant data. So COVID, kasus positif, PSBB, protocol, prokes, PSBB. And so in the supervised machine learning, we collect the data. This is the first part that we do, data labeling. So this is the human. This is the human. We're looking at the tweets and we're categorizing the tweets into 4 categories, whether it's positive, related with risk perception, whether it's negative, undermining the threats of COVID, neutral, has nothing to do, these tweets have nothing to do with risk perception of COVID, and then there's spam. Spam are all irrelevant tweets. So this is the human. We did an analysis of 1,844 tweets to kind of like represent the basis of the algorithm, or like, you know, the machine learning. And then after we coded those 1,000 tweets, we use these categories to predict 500 and 1,930 tweets, and you know, to some level of accuracy. So these are the categories. So the more categories you have, the more difficult it gets. So sometimes to work with 2 categories, it's actually a lot better. But we found that the nature of the data lends us to categorize to 4 tweets, to 4 categories. And this is kind of the process. So we determine the label categories. So 3 raters, they label the same tweet. And so if they all agree, then okay, we stick with that label. So let's say, okay, these tweets relates with risk perception. COVID is a risk. If all of them agree, okay, that's the label. But if there's a disagreement, one says, no, that's neutral. No, that's tweet. So then it depends on whether from those 3 people, if 2 of them say it's positive, that's risk perception, then we go for the risk perception. So in terms of the raters, better to have more than 2 raters. At least it should be 3 because there's a majority. But the more raters, the better. So it's, if there's like 4, you know, 2 against 2, you can resolve something. But if it's 5, the majority will be 3 against 2. So that's kind of like another thing that we should consider when we're making labels. We discuss, and then this process leads to the final labeling. And so we collect the data and we compared. And so we could see here that most of the tweets that were collected were positive, or they were related with risk perception. Okay, and this is kind of we could do this quantitative analysis. This is the number of tweets, and we could see that, like, from the period of 20 for the PSBB, we could see that most of the tweets were related with risk perception. So it fluctuates from 250,000. The lowest is above 15,000, and then it gets back again to around above 20,000. So that's PSBB. So this is the first time that we had to kind of restrict ourselves from going out, right?
Pardon me for it. Sweden. 5 more minutes.
5 more. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. So PPKM. What about PPKM? PPKM. There's a big dip about risk perception. So here, 25,000, it peaks to 30,000, but then it drops down to 10,000. So it kind of seems that, you know, the risk perception has increased, even though PPKM, they had more tighter measures for people to kind of like move about. But still, the risk perception was even lower compared to PSBB. So this is kind of showing perhaps that people are kind of adapting to the situation, even though there were more stricter measures. but people were not seeing this as a risk. They're kind of like adapting to their new way of life. And so we could see that, the later tweets, it doesn't go back to above 20,000 as compared to PSBB. So, these are sort of some kind of insights we can see using the Twitter data. So I'll go to the final study because I only have 5 more minutes. So the last one is unsupervised machine learning. So supervised is, as humans, we create labels, and then we give let the machine predict, whether this tweet is a risk perception, whether it's not risk perception, whether it's spam. Unsupervised machine learning means we just let the machine categorize the data. So like less human intervention here. We just make the code, and we discover clusters, like based on the number of tweets. We look at clusters of data, and whether these tweets they group into certain things. We could also find some discover latent factors or mention reductionality, kind of closely related with factor analysis. So the third research project is with Afrizal, also with the Center of Psychosocial Psychology. At that time, there were a number of suicide cases among students. I was quite interested with that. Afrizal wanted to work with me, and I was just like, you want to do analysis on suicide or not? And I was like, okay. So he took up the task. So this is not because he has anything suicidal about it, but this is because it was kind of interesting at the time. And we wanted to know what people talk about, in relation with suicide in Indonesian context, because we have data in other countries, but in Indonesia, we don't know. So because we weren't really aware of what kind of data we got, we started off using an unsupervised machine learning approach. And so these are the words. We collected data from May to June 2023. So this is the most previous work, still preliminary work, but so just to give you an understanding of what kind of insights we could get from Twitter data. And these are the keywords. Afrizal, he did some research on what keywords people use associated with Twitter, with suicide. And these were some of the words: meninggal, suicide, bunuh diri, want to die, pingin mati. Okay, these are some of the keywords. And so from the unsupervised learning, you can some of the words. So the initial analysis pointed to around 10 topics. So 10 clusters of themes. And you can see here the words, the larger words are the words associated with suicide. So life, sin, tired, scared, friend, dog. And so what we also need to understand here is that these are translations into English because we want to publish this into international journal. So we translate into English. So you might, dog. What does dog have to do with suicide? It doesn't make sense in English, but if you translate it into Indonesian, it means anjing, and anjing is a swear word. We need to take that into context. Certain swear words apply to Indonesia, which might not apply in another context. So, these are the words that our people are using, and these are kind of the topics that we found in our data going through life, rumination, sin, God, fatigue. So what was interesting in this data was that for Indonesia, when people talk about suicide, they also talk about in relation to their religion, in relation to God. So if you see over here, this one's about God. When the suiciding person was created, did God know if they're going to kill themselves? It said that everything happens by God's permission. If it isn't sometimes time to die, then they won't die without permission. So somebody who died of suicide was allowed by God. Is that right? So, this is unique in Indonesia because we're a religious country. And even for topics as sensitive as suicide, we might not get the same data if we do an interview or a survey. But these are things where people feel safe because of anonymity, and they express themselves in ways which we might not get using other means. So another thing about Twitter data, Elon Musk is now the CEO, and now it's very expensive to collect data from Twitter. So that's, but we might be able to get data. We can get data by paying $100. So this is the old one, $100. That's the cheapest we could get. We could get historical data. Now, if you want to get historical data, if you look at Elon Musk's, or right now, the API Twitter, it's like $5,000 a month. So I'm not sure I want to spend that much money on collecting data for Twitter. But there might be other ways. There's an academic research API that they're developing, but at this point, it has not been open to access. Okay, so hopefully that would, be open to access soon. So, researchers like us can really understand what's going on in the minds of nations from a social media perspective. These are some references if you are interested, and these are, quite new. 2020, 2023, they talked about the best practices in supervised machine learning. So, this is something that, it's kind of new and it's very exciting. So, I'm just interested if anybody's like interested in working on this too. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Naufal, for the time, and I'll leave time for questions.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you very much, Mas Buldan. This is very amazing things that we can see all of those psychological expression, emotion, and thoughts, and we don't need to ask them directly, even not from questionnaire. They give it deliberately, and we can mine the data. We used to have the freedom for that, but we have to pay more since Elon Musk make it more difficult and make it Twitter more of an enterprise. So yeah, but we are here to discuss more about the expressions and how we can do research on psychological factors of human in internet, especially from Twitter, or probably we can do that in more sources and more platforms. So if anyone from the audience want to ask a question to Mas Buldan, or you guys can ask from the chat box and I will deliver to Mas Buldan. Anyone have a question about that?
Yeah,
we have Sophie Septiana raising hand. Will you please, Sophie, to deliver the questions?
Thank you, Mas Naufal. Good morning, Mas Buldan. It's always interesting for me to learn about this big data analysis, even though there's a lot of questions in mind, but there's only one question, which is currently I'm getting some lack of knowledge about it. How about the ethical issue of the data sets we got from the Twitter? Because we know if we want to publish something, and then the editor will ask us about the ethical clearance and so on and so on, and the main issue of the secondary data is regarding the ethical issue. Thank you, Mas Buldan.
Very good question. So in terms of whether we're doing ethical research or not, if there is an ethical body in the faculty, an ethics board, if that passes, that's okay. Another issue is whether it's ethical to get data from users because there's no informed consent, right? There's no informed consent. So if I refer to the guidelines from the British Psychological Association, they argue that Twitter data is public data. Okay, and if you look at the terms of services from Twitter, they mention that you agree that whatever you post Twitter is public data. So we could use the terms of references to say that we don't need informed consent to collect the data. And in the terms of agreement, it mentions that third parties, so like our application, third parties are able to collect the data. Some issues which might relate with harm to the participants is their identity. So a good practice when we publish research or we write research papers is, especially if we're writing about racism, hate speech, there might be harm towards the user, or a user might be bullied of certain topics, then we have to make the user anonymous. So that's like we did some research on about Terawan, and because of the ethical issue, we made sure that the users cannot be identified. So who made this tweet? Somebody made a racist tweet that could lead somebody to hate them, or lead to cyberbullying. So we make the username anonymous. Another ethical issue is, what if we get the data not from the Twitter API? So when I took the data from API, I asked permission from Twitter to get the data. They approved, and we get the data. Now it's expensive. I'm not sure I want that anymore. But so what if we scrape the data? Because now, we can scrape the data for free. Twitter does not allow that. But as researchers, is that ethical or not? I think there's still a debate. If we ask Mas Taranga from computer science, he says that's okay. That's practice. That's what they're doing in computer science. They're scraping the data all the time. As psychologists, is that what we will do? I'm not so sure. Because if we have to go face the psychological ethical committee, maybe not so good. So we can argue though that maybe this research is valuable, and given our limited resources, we might argue that it was necessary. So I think it's still kind of like a gray area, especially since now it's more expensive. But we can go to other data sources. YouTube, that's free, as we can get access. So those are some of the ethical issues related with taking data online. So that's a good question. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Mas Muldan.
Yeah, I heard that Reddit is one of the other source, Mas Buldan, when we gather the big data. So, so if, for example, if you...
Yeah, isn't it illegal?
Idea. Yeah.
Isn't Reddit illegal in Indonesia?
Yeah, sadly, yeah. Maybe there should be more legal problem that we will face.
Yeah, I just don't want to be endorsing anything illegal.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely, I understand. Reddit is a very rich source of the thing about human beings is they go through the internet to kind of like express things that they don't express in daily life, and it's through Twitter, it's through Reddit that we sometimes get dark thoughts of what people are thinking. So it's a very valid source of data for a psychologist.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with the notion that people are less emotional or less considerable in internet. I believe the notion of hyper personality in internet, so when people become more intimate and more personal in internet rather than in offline, or as some cyber psychology experts says, I'm opposing to that. I believe that people are more intimate and more truthful in their online presence. What do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, hyper personal communication, right? Well,
indeed. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like there's the theory to back that up. I like it's kind of like the cyber world, that's the real world now. This is cyber world. This is our real world now. It's not like we have the face-to-face world, cyber world. We are who we are also in the cyber world, and we are in the real world. So it's kind of like mixed up. And the cyber world has consequences on our real life. If I'm talking about something racist, that could make me lose my job. If I say something which is against religion on Twitter, I could lose my job. So, the cyber world and the real world, they interact.
Yeah, it's integrated now. So if we move forward to the literatures on 2020 and the latest, it will be different compared to the literatures of cyber psychology we found in 2015 and before that. I kind of see the pattern where we conceptualize cyber psychology in a different way on those years. In the recent years, we believe that this is the integral part of our life. It's no longer something that we need to be worried about or something we just kind of adapting to. Yeah, I just find it interesting how we feel this differently in those times. Okay, is there any questions from the audience? We don't see more question about that yet. Maybe Mas Buldan want to add something that we haven't talked about, or
yeah, I mean, like I think like the potential. I mean, like for anybody interested in doing research with these things, probably like one of the good strategies is working with a computer scientist. So like even if you can collaborate like with an undergrad student who is like on their final thesis project, what we found was that the computer scientists, they have the skills to collect the data and clean the data. but we have the means to make sense of the data.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes
So like, that's our value, a lot of data, but how do we make sense of the data? How do we make sense of a tweet which is sarcastic, when saying you're so clever, but does that you're so clever, is that a praise or is that an offense? Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah.
These are sort of implicit things, and related to like like indigenous psychology, how we express certain things might be different. So like for data, a number of research that we do, so I've done research on like Indonesia Terserah, and then there's the suicide data. A lot of it has religious content in it. So I mean, what was quite surprising was like when we did the suicide research, people are still talking about God. People are talking about sin, and this is very different to the data from abroad. A lot more about sadness, frustration. But in Indonesia, there's a lot of religious expression in these tweets, and we need to understand more about that. So yeah, so it's Indonesia is a large country. People are active on social media. They're expressing a lot on social media. A lot of the data is free. So even if it's not free, so if you want like a lot of data, like let's say like a full access of Twitter's full archive, so we can get all tweets from now until 2006. It's around $5,000 per month. That's like how much? Like 70 juta, like 70 million or something.
That's a lot.
If that's on your budget, you can do that. You could do that research. You could analyze a lot of data. So we're not limited to do research in Indonesia. If we want to do research on what like Americans think about Donald Trump, we can do that. So there's like a lot of I think we have to appreciate the fact that the tools to analyze the data are being more accessible. So like there's Python, there's R, these are free. So we could there's Google Colabs, that's free. In terms of analysis, Luke, that's not expensive. Like 300,000, that's not expensive. But yeah, in terms of Twitter data, yeah, that's quite expensive. But if you want to do U data, that's and for like supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, that's done using R or Python, that's free. So we don't have to buy an MRI to do brain research. Nothing against, but in terms of researchers, we have a lot of alternatives to explore interesting psychological questions, which is within our budget. And I think that's quite important for us to know. But I think, working with computer scientists, it's also interesting because there are very different things. So for the computer scientists, their concern is based on model accuracy. So when they create a supervised machine learning model, is the accuracy 90% or is it 70%? For us as psychologists, we want to know the meaning of the tweets. And like 70%, that's good enough for me. But for a computer scientist, it's like, no way, that's bad. So, these certain things. For the computer scientist, it's about creating a good model, high accuracy. But for the psychology, the psychologist is about making sense. And I think we have a lot of value in trying to making sense of social media data. So I think that's what I would add.
Yeah, regarding to making sense of the social data and the psychological data, I think it's related to what we are doing in Ikatan Psikologi Sosial. In the future, we probably will have to teach this to future students, what people are expressing and how we are showing ourselves in social media, and how we can map out, is there any difference, or is there just clarifying what we cannot say in public, what Indonesia really is, probably. But people often say that Indonesia is a very friendly, and suddenly, boom, the worst nation in terms of online politeness. This is the future curriculum for social psychology, I think.
Yeah, and like our responsibility for kind of like managing civility.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, and I see there is no more questions from the audience. So we and the committee would like to present you a token of appreciation from Mas Buldan. Maybe Mas Buldan can stop sharing the screen first.
Okay.
And we let the committee to show the certificates for Mas Buldan. Yeah, thank you very much, Mas Buldan, for the insightful and amazing presentation and new knowledge for us, new horizon to be explored, how we can see psychological expressions in internet. Thank you very much for Mas Haidar Buldan Tontowi. And we are moving to the third speaker, Professor Michael Hardy from University of Coventry, United Kingdom, with the moderator of Dr. Isya Hairani, psychologist from UIN Suska, Riau. Thank you very much for Mas Buldan once again, and I'm giving the time to Dr. Isya Hairani. Please.
Thank you, Naufal, and for everybody for listening.
Thank you, Mas Buldan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noval, to send me the session. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for still stay tuned here and attending this webinar until now. And my name is Lisa Khairani. I'm a lecturer of Faculty of Psychology UIN Suska Riau. I'll be your moderator for this third session. Now it's time to hear from our next keynote speaker, Professor Michael Hardy. Welcome, Professor Michael Hardy. Good morning.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Mungkin di sana masih sangat pagi ya, Prof?
Sedikit.
Oh, sedikit
Saya
pagi.
bicara bahasa Indonesia, tetapi saya lupa.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Your bahasa, it's very good to say selamat pagi. Okay, I will, for all participants, I will introduce our inspiring speaker, Professor Michael Hardy. He is an economist by training. He also professor of intercultural relation and also adjunct professor of leadership at the Communication and Business Institute, or LPSR Indonesia. Is it right, Prof?
That's right. Yes, good.
Okay. Okay. He also founding director of the Center for Trust, Peace, and Social Relation at Coventry University. Professor Hardy also senior diplomat in Egypt and Palestinian territories, developing UK, engaging with Islam project, and it's very related to us because we are an Islamic university. I will read about Professor Hardy publication. Okay, I will call Prof. Mike. Prof. Mike current work Center of New and Better Leadership Practices at all level. Latest article is about ready for a perfect storm leadership dialogue. Article include ready for perfect dialogue and trust in time of disconnection in Journal of Dialogue Study. Okay. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Prof. Mike Hardy from Professor Mike Hardy. For the forum is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And I have to start by saying I'm not a specialist in cyber world, and I was very interested in Prof. Haider's very excellent presentation that I've listened to. And I want to pick up in my comments this morning some of the points that he raised. I'm interested in the impact of this technological change on the way we behave, the way we think, and the way we take initiatives in our society. And as Prof. Haider said, the cyber world has consequences. There are consequences from technological change. And you will see in my short remarks, my interest about how we should care about the consequences. Good leadership and good authorities, both from the academy, from government, and from the private sector, must recognize the changes that take place in our world. Technological changes can be both good and both good and bad. And I shall talk a little bit about some of the issues. So I think it's very relevant to focus on the role that ethics has in the management and focus on the way we react to the changes in our information technology and changes in the way the internet helps us connect. I'm going to share my slides now. Are they clear to you? I hope they are clear.
Clear. Is it?
So I'm going to talk about the reflections on the impact of the internet on our society. And I won't apologize for taking some general points. You know, the role that leadership has in reacting to the changing context is that it must take one of two roles. Leadership must help us make sense of the content, of the context in which we're in. And as we've heard from our last speaker, there are many good academics who are focusing on some of the impact and implications of these changes. But I'm going to be looking at three major elements here that I think sum up the consequences of cyber world for our society. One is that we're seeing this as a new technology of freedom, of the way we relate one to another. We're seeing it, secondly, as a powerful change, a transformation in the way we connect with each other, what I call the network society. And we're also seeing an impact on the way we are as individuals, the individuation of society. And I'd like to look at those three elements. And those of you studies and more experienced and experts in psychology will draw from this into your own interests and work. I'm driven by the reality that in the cyber world, there's so much that we do not know. So however well we analyze the consequences or the development of technology, there's so much that we don't know. So the approach I take is in this flow diagram. We look backwards at the experience, and it's very recent since Tim Berners introduced the internet and we started to become more useful to our cyber connections. We draw from that experience, what we call hindsight, and we develop insights, beginnings of understandings of what's taking place in technology. And this develops into trends, many of which we've heard of from our last two speakers, the sorts of developments of data and analysis from data that we can use. But I'm most interested in drawing from hindsight into insight into trends to look carefully at foresight, at what this really means for society. I'm moving my slides forward. And I think what we're talking about is change that creates discussion and debate about whether we truly understand the impact of the technology we're discussing. Prof. Haider's consequences of the cyber world. And I think I would encourage us all in my work, I certainly conclude that the sorts of approaches we must take to this changing world, this rapidly developing world, is that we must remain open because there's so much unknown. We must remain curious and continually question the developments and change and transformation taking place. But above all, we must be comfortable with paradox. We heard a lot of examples of that in the last presentation. Let me start by looking firstly then at the technologies, what I call of freedom. and the changes in social structure, some of which have already been referred to. We live now in a society of open source, which was unheard of before, when everything was referenced down to a very linear technology in which we went from A to B in a very straight line. Open source has huge implications for the way society organizes itself, the way we as individuals relate one to another. We know also that the internet brings access to what is often referred to as the dark web. So whereas in the past there was seemingly more control over the content through which we network, now that's much more complex and much more of concern, of course, to our social structure. We have now more information than ever before in the history of humankind, but at the same time, more disinformation and more misinformation. Disinformation, which is a deliberate reconstruction of facts, fake news, as we call it sometimes, and misinformation in which there is confusion and you're left to interpret. These are things you know well, and they describe the reality of the consequences of the availability and access of mass data, but they have huge implications for our social structure. We now, for more than ever before, need referees, need validation, need experts to help us distinguish between good and bad information, accurate information or truth. We have at the same time an internet which has all this power that we heard about from our last speaker, but we still impose a very loose management. Some nation states control it more than others, but generally it's almost uncontrollable. So the loose management and this history of the control of this technology has led to another impact on the way in which our social structure has developed. And the internet generates energy that can be both commercial and therefore controlled and owned, property rights and intellectual property, and can be used collectively and collaboratively in cooperative use. The technologies of freedom are described by the way the internet has expanded, as we've heard, the incredible pace of change. And the expansion of the internet has followed a history that starts with discovery, starts with inquiry and curiosity, as I described, but actually is reinforced by the wide distribution and accessibility of data and information and connectivity. I've referred already to the institutional changes in the management of this technology, which has remained quite loose, but we're beginning to see the emergence of a new, what the literature often refers to as a me-centered society, much more powerfully possible now with the advent of the cyber world. So me as an individual has become a much more impressive and impactful and important player within the social structure. This isn't the end of community as we knew it, because of course we have in parallel the real world and the cyber world. And of course, as like Haida said in the last presentation, the cyber world is the real world. So we have a convergence and parallel tracks both and at the same time. So this is a reconstruction of social relations. So if we're interested in the psychology, the social psychology, or the sociology of impact of such technology on our society, then we must see that we're experiencing the reconstruction of social relations and not always under our control. So secondly, the transformations that I've begun to describe to you are familiar to you, but they describe a new way of connecting one to another, what is called the network society. We had networks before. Going back many hundreds of years, we had networks of traders who would float around the world selling their goods and meet new communities, intermarry, interlink, and indeed transmit their values and beliefs around the world. But the network society we have now is quite a distinct and new one. It's going to change our culture and our social behavior in ways that I shall discuss very briefly in this short time I have. Networking will become prevalent as an organizational form in its own right. And the way in which social media, the way in which we relate one to another is example of that. You only have to look at the way in which you meet, engage, and perhaps even marry other individuals within society. Is being done in a very different way of organizing. And individuation has become a main orientation of social behavior, empowered by the ability to hide behind cyber capacities. Now, this doesn't mean we've become a less sociable community or society, and that's quite interesting as well. Psychologists love the in-groups and out-groups contrast between those who are more comfortable with their own group or tribe and those who are less comfortable when in contact with others, with the other and the difference. But actually, we can see now that there's been a dramatic increase in sociability. We are more sociable than ever, but in a very different way. And we need to look, as your conference is so doing, at the implications that has for our behavior. We're facilitated now by permanent connectivity. So it's not chance meetings or meetings between people at events, in the workplace, in our leisure activities. We're permanently connected. And I'm as guilty as anyone else of having my smartphone with me at most times. People have access, I have access, not just to networks that I want, but also networks that invade my personal space. And that's characterized, of course, by being much more sociable in physical life and much more individual in the ability that cyber can protect me. And combined with this mass change in the way we organize in our societies towards urban living, towards our workplace as important parts of organizing form. So as a social construction, the network society is really interesting. And this is a technological process and phenomena, which is a system that's open-ended. And I have to say, as we've heard already, and you'll be well aware of this, this can convey the very best and unfortunately the very worst in humankind. And some of the implications that means for us as a society is we must think about how we manage this technology, how we bring control over this technology so that it doesn't dissipate or attack our values in ways that we don't choose. So the global network society of which we've heard is our society. The cyber world is the real world. And this describes an interaction between culture, organization, and technology in the further formation and development of systems and networks. So don't let us even begin to think that the cyber world is here and that we understand it, because it is here and continuing to develop and continuing to change. We talk quite glibly these days of the transfer between 3G, 4G, 5G. If you're a techno-minded, you know that's about the capacity and the potential of technology. Some essays I'm reading now are looking at 7 and 8G, and they're unfathomable thoughts about what is going to be possible. The literature and growing conversations around AI and the new technologies and capacities that humankind will have go beyond my ability to process. So I'd like to, the third part of the implications, moving from this technological freedom to the network society, is a new culture of autonomy. I talked about individuation, and I'd like you to think more about that. We've transformed our culture to a network society, only possible now because of technology. And we have now moments of technological change, which are hugely consequential. The deep changes that are taking place are arguably have become psychologically overwhelming for individuals. So much so that this is a technology that we cannot understand completely, that has overwhelming consequences for our ability to process, manage, and to control. And most of that is explained, and I'm very honest at the outset, at our sheer ignorance of the full implications of its effects. So we're dealing with a technology like some of our forefathers did when steam technology arrived, or when the electrical motor arrived, when we moved from combustion engines in cars to electrical vehicles. Most of that was understood, and we developed a rapport and a comfort with the change in technology. We didn't like it all, but we understood its contribution that it could make. Now we have the impact, I think, in the cyber world of a sheer massive ignorance once we have the deep changes. And that has major consequences. It either means that we value less our expertise and make allowances for technology to take us forward, less control over that. It may be that we're using technology in a different way. This I talk about in terms of the appropriation and adaptation of technological change rather than its adoption. And this is a really important consequence for our behavior and culture. Maybe we're adapting to the within the cyber world rather than adopting the technology and harnessing it, using it and controlling it. And this is really interesting. And others will know much more about that than I. So you'll see, and you'll forgive me this morning, I'm going to ask more questions than answers and then provide answers. So let's reflect a little bit on those three characteristics of impact. And my reference is this notion of how we connect to other human beings and the importance of the way we connect. And this centers on our focus on human vulnerability. It's when we expose something about ourselves, whether that be experience, emotions, feelings, or behaviors to another person, that we connect and learn about each other. I say that because that's what we do in what we used to understand as the real world of physical contact. We meet friends, future partners, families and communities, neighbors, our in-group, in which we're able to share our vulnerabilities. That's a measure of the quality of relationship that we have and the degree of trust that we apply within that relationship, part of the glue that keeps the relationship strong. Think about the consequences of our transformation of networking in the cyber world and the way in which we connect to human beings that changes, the technology has changed. How does it impact on this relationship based on our sharing of vulnerability? Secondly, this notion of vulnerability and relationship is very important to me. I wanted to just point you towards the complexity and uncertainty of our time. So stated the case, the cyber world hasn't arrived. It's still forming, it's still developing. There are things going to happen tomorrow and the day after about which we have no idea. Just think of our traditional approach to future planning. If you're a business or you're a government agency, these four quadrants describe the sort of issues that I discuss in some of my work. In the top left-hand quadrant, where I call it an open world, we live in a world in which we know things and everybody knows it. Both we know it and other people know it. This is an open, transparent world in which our relationships as society are quite predictable. There's good and bad, but they're known to us and known to others. In the top right hand, we look at where we know, where others know things that we don't know. That's where we're blind as individuals, and so forth. You'll follow the logic of this model. It's very interesting. Now, where are we now? We're probably in the bottom right-hand quadrant of the world of unknown, where it's not known to others, nor is it known to us. So together, we're into exploration. And how does that help us relate one to another? This sounds very philosophical, but I wanted to get a simple model in your minds that you could take away and think about the consequences of the cyber world. Very different from the real world that we were used to. Cyber world is the real world, as we keep saying. But in the past, we would find that we need to know something and we would go and explore, research and discover. We're now in a world in complexity and uncertainty in which that's not possible. And we're likely to be into this unknown quadrant most of the time. Let's try and relate, thirdly, the impact of the internet to society in changing times. This will be familiar to you, I hope. The way in which we have developed and transformed our technology, our connectivity, our human development from industrial phases, from mechanization, steam and water power of the 19th century, through to mass production, through to the role of computers and automation, the third industrial revolution as it's called, now to the fourth industrial revolution described to us so well by Professor Aida from Gajah Mada, the cyber and physical systems, networks and AI. Some writers even talk about that we've moved to a fifth industrial revolution because it's changing so quickly. This, I would encourage you to think about the gestation, the evolution of the cyber world in this context, in the way in which it impacts upon us as people in our human capital development. Think of some of the ways that would point you towards. Who would have thought that the largest hotel company in the world had no hotel rooms, had no beds? Who would have thought? But that's in fact what Airbnb, the corporation, is, the largest accommodation corporation in the world that has no beds. Who would have thought that the significant taxi companies of Grab and Uber, the largest taxi companies in our societies, they don't have any cars? This is a new technology in a new world in which we're seeing the demands for new human capacity for the new age. So some of these labels are familiar to you. Amazon has led us to online purchasing in ways that we never believed we could do that. Amazon retailing here in my country allows you to go into a shop and take things out without ever negotiating or transacting with another person. It reads your credit card as you go in and discounts the money as you go out. Uber, we know, applies not just to taxis or Grab, but also to food delivery, to all sorts of other processes and transactions. The internet has provided a technology which others have captured and used to transform the way we relate one to another. Every change that is familiar to you on this particular slide, it's a familiar change, has huge implications for the way we relate one to another. And we're seeing now the shifting global power that is a consequence of that. I was looking yesterday at the impact of electric vehicle manufacture and the shift to Asia of the control over the development of batteries, only possible because of the impact of globalization through cyber technology and the shifting global power, the impact on data and automation. the whole impact on the climate emergency and how we will know about it and how we can mobilize resources to mitigate and adapt. We live in a world now of socioeconomic inequalities which are increasing as a consequence of the social transformation about which I've described. And we have changing characteristics of conflict. Conflict now is much more likely to be about influence around economic resources, whether they're critical minerals for battery technology or whatever. I don't want to, on this bright morning in Riau, cause doom and gloom, and to be, I think we're trying to be realistic and responsible in our beginning to assess the consequences of the changes in what's happening in the internet. So this is a challenging and a changing time, both and at the same time. We've always had challenge and we've always had change. I think the characteristic now is that the pace of change, the speed of change is now much faster, much faster. This social acceleration we have to cope with as human beings, as individuals. And our capacity to cope with change is a critical capacity for human capital development. And that will require us to look more carefully at the relationship between people and context. The context we've referred to considerably in our discussions. We need to look at the political, economic, and social conditions that surround that. We mustn't just let it happen. I think we need to influence the way that we develop the context in which technological transformation takes place. And we must become what I call fit to respond, capable and competent to respond and to take control if we can, but I doubt it if that's possible within these technologies. Now, social and economic systems can provide insights and can mobilize policy approaches. In something I wrote recently, and our moderator referred to it, I did talk about this being a perfect storm. And I think it is. The coincidence of technology and of the changes in society are bringing a moment in human development that is quite critical. That's why your conference is so timely. So human capital development is in a sense, is where I'd like to leave you with your thinking. We have an opening economy experiencing accelerating change. We have a digital economy, a shrinking global community as a result. Our connection is so powerful that we have a smaller world, not a larger world. We have a technologically advancing world. Our ability to do things is just magical and changing so quickly. And I want to, fourthly, hopefully, to try and keep hold of a caring world in which we care about our people and care about our planet. Now, that fourth one is the most challenging for all. The others are the inevitability of the cyber reality, the pace of change, the digital economy, the shrinking world, the technological advances. Can we, however, think about putting our influence on how we mobilize that to become a more caring world? And that really would be my thesis and my hopes. So my conclusions, all this change, all this technology, all this capability, all this impact on our society, on our networking, on our freedoms, on our individuals. What can we do? What can we do to improve the impact? And to get that fourth bullet point I showed you about being more caring as a result. I don't think it's inevitable that we should put some of the social aspirations we have from our faith, from our belief, from the values we share. But we have to do things. And there are about 6 things that I've suggested to take away. I think we need, as a social structure, as people, as society, to become much more comfortable with uncertainty. We must interrogate our experts. We must make our decision makers accountable, but we must above all become more comfortable, with uncertainty. We mustn't be too scared about the digital world. We must try and become comfortable and confident within it. We must secondly encourage innovation and experimentation. We mustn't stop technological change. We must accelerate it. We must promote it. We must invest. And we must learn from the mistakes we make in so doing. The great innovations, the great experiments are those that go wrong, because we can then move into new areas in healthcare, in climate management, and indeed in the education of our children. We must nurture empathy. We must be more caring in the way we fight prejudice and be more inclusive. We mustn't allow the technology to exclude people. And we must open the sources that we have and make them available to humankind. Humankind is amazingly resourceful, but not if it's kept out, not if it's excluded from the technology. And we have a digital divide. We must confront that and remove it. We must support our ability as people to self-correct and to be self-aware and to encourage self-learning. The internet's a wonderful thing if you are a curious of mind. If you're interested in learning more, you can find more information. And we must encourage that. We mustn't control learning. We must release learning. We can embed it, of course. If we make mistakes, we must learn from the mistakes, and we must build systems of accountability into the way we interact. And my final point, we must normalize inspiration. We mustn't be scared of people who inspire us. We must normalize it. It must become a normal psychological trait within social interactions. So there are things we can do. How we do this is very difficult, but we can only think about what we must do once we've understood the impact that this technological change has on our society. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to me. And please accept my apologies if I've spoken too quickly. And I look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very clear, Professor Mike. And we have time for question. And I see there is a question for you, Professor Mike, in chat. May I read this question? Thank you, Prof. Mike Hardy. I want to ask you about the impact of technology in the future. We do understand that to some extent we need the advancement of technology. But in the other side, it is our concern to see that it can be dangerous for humankind, relationship, and virtue. We need to keep in touch and make social connection in real life to maintain our humankind virtue. So what your suggestion to anticipate and respond to technology development wisely? This is the question from Diana Elvida for Prof. Mike.
So it's such a good question. And it goes to the heart of the issue that I've raised. When we understand the social consequences of the transformation that technology is bringing to the way we relate to one another, we automatically look to how we regulate that, how we control it, how we manage the to extract the good benefits and manage to avoid the bad. And much of that is what we could say is futurology, is trying to second guess what is likely to happen in the future. So I think from my earlier very simple analysis of uncertainty and the unknown, I think that's very difficult. So I would approach the way we manage and are comfortable with uncertainty and the unknown. Now, when I was, I'm getting on in my years now, but when I was a young student, we used to reduce uncertainty by exploring and collecting data and getting as much certainty as we can. Businesses make decisions on the base for their investment decisions and their product development decisions on certainty. They do research, they find out. What we're understanding, and so well from Prof. Haider's earlier remarks, that the data that we have now to analyze is just huge. And so our picture of the future is going to be very, very opaque, very gray. It's not going to be clear and not be concise. So it's the way we approach our networking and the way we approach society, which is the important one. And I had a slide early on, and there are 3 very clear rules that I like to apply. And I encourage my students and those with whom I work. We must remain open. Don't close down issues too quickly. You can't be closing down issues because the issues themselves are evolving and changing. We must be curious. The most powerful thing you can do is ask questions, not provide answers. So the best experts that I meet are those who are continually questioning, continually exploring, rather than being confident and validating their conclusions. The best essays that you see in the journals are those that leave you asking questions rather than providing answers. There are no facts anymore that will close an issue. You can only push the issue along a little bit more. Leaders are not decision makers who solve problems anymore. You know, in the leadership literature, in this context, we often used to see how, well, we have a problem, we must find a technical solution and introduce it. Leaders don't solve problems anymore. They adapt their followers to different changing contexts. So being open, being curious, and actually being comfortable with paradox are the 3 things that I'd respond. Along the route, we have some terrible things that can happen. So we do have to think about the regulation, how we help our younger people that deal with the cyber world, that we don't expose younger people to the threat of influence from negative forces, how we control the dark web, how we interpret and validate data so that it's not fake news, that it's accurate and based on evidence. So being open, being curious, being comfortable with paradox, I hope leads us to a world in which our younger people value evidence and seek evidence and reality and valid facts before they make decisions. But it's a great question, and I'm sorry I can only talk around it rather than provide any clarity in terms of answer.
Okay, thank you for Mike. Diana Elvida, would you give any response?
Yes, thank you, Professor Mike, for the explanation. Seems that we need to make a good adaptation for any kind of changing in technology advancement.
Yeah.
Is it?
Say again?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because my internet connection is very unstable. So it seems that if I can make a conclusion about your description, that we need to keep good distance to the advancement of the technology and make a good adaptation to any kind of the changing in our life in the future.
Yes, that's exactly right, and a better conclusion than mine. I made the point earlier, and in my language, in English, it's the difference between adaptation and adoption. Really important, and I don't know, I can't remember my Bahasa Indonesia, the words, but to adapt means that we have to accommodate and change with the technology. To adopt means we capture the technology and use it.
Adaptation, yeah.
Yes, adaptation.
Yes,
So it's adaptation and not adoption. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Habib. Thank you, Ms. Lisa.
Okay. Okay, we go to the next question from Yuli Widiningsi. How has the internet fundamentally transformed various aspects of society, and what are some of the most notable positive and negative impact it has had on institutions or maybe in organizational level, I think.
So the impact I've described, I think, is very much on the way we relate to each other as people and the way we connect. That's changed, and the quantity and quality of data that we have at our disposal, and the amount of information. And as you know, and as we've discussed already, there are some really difficult consequences of these changes, along with the benefits to humankind that technology and technological change brings. There's also risk, and there's also real difficulties, I think. The obvious areas for me are the role of influence and fake news, and the propositions that sometimes arise in the political or public spheres about differences in values, in beliefs, in approaches. We've seen a lot of evidence now of dark forces using the internet to influence our democracies. The very fragile way in which, and the values we place on democratic freedoms and political organizations. So those of us who know that democracy is an imperfect system, is still the best system we have for engaging in social organization, but it's been placed under threat by the use of the internet to provoke values and opinions. And we know that's difficult. We also know that cyber crimes, the development of the cyber world to allow you to use your banking institutions online and your transactions, your economic transactions, in much more effective and efficient ways, can be hijacked by those who steal our money, because they're clever with the technology. So you'll know many of the pluses and minuses, but there are some good things as well. We're now using AI and the digital world to help cure some of the terrible diseases and terrible health problems that we have. We can use the cyber world to reduce and increase predictability of disease and cancers. The trick is together how we mobilize this changing technology and the capacity, and how we relate it strongly to our core beliefs and our values, whether they're driven by the Holy Spirit, the Holy Scriptures, or our religious beliefs, and how we don't allow this to capture us and to abuse us. One of the most interesting developments, and you can tell me whether you think it's good or bad, I was talking within my family to my nieces and nephews, my brother's children's. We have quite a wide family. I was one of 5 siblings. How many of my nieces and nephews do you think met their partners, their new husbands or wives, through the internet rather than through a social gathering? This is a remarkable change. But and I always encourage, where did you meet your husband? He's very nice. And when I meet them, and I met him online. And I think this is really strange. So internet dating, of course, it's a really interesting impact on the way we connect and the way we social. Now, I'll leave it to you and your question. It's an impact. And interestingly enough, we don't live in a bipolar world in which things are either good or bad. Things are. This is Pat Hyder's note about the digital world is the real world, and it's going to happen. So the Uber, the Airbnb, the Grab taxis, the internet dating, this is all going to happen. It's how we as a society become comfortable with that change as to how we manage and influence it, I think. And it brings our values very much into the center of our relationship with technology in this new network society.
Miss Yuli Widiningsih, want to give a response?
I think just to pick up, if I may, moderator, on it's a very good question. My biggest worry, if that's of interest, is on our democracy, as I referred to earlier. The biggest worry I have is that the freedom I have to choose those in my government who look after me and my family and the communities which I value, if that choice is properly informed, rather than influenced by the use of media, that's a real problem, I think. And similarly, our young people, do they learn the values from their parents and their communities, which are consistent with the way our society has always developed, the strength of our religion, the discussions in our mosques and churches? Or do they learn more from the dark forces on the web and on the internet? These are things which we can't prevent, we can't stop, we just have to be aware of it and therefore think more about the psychological and social impacts.
It means that we have to start to realize that what kind of change we face because of technology development or internet development. Yes. I interested in one of your statement about appropriation and adaptation rather than adoption. Maybe adoption is just like we take it for granted, every information from the internet.
Yeah, it's right that we accept, and so many of the old technologies, and I referred to in the first, second, and third industrial revolutions. If you look back, they were very much linear technologies. They were very much less complex. They were ordered, and we were able to take them and use them. So we take for granted, you're right, the car, our air conditioning, our mobile phones, we just take them for granted. Increasingly, we live in a very complex world in which what's possible is much more complicated and unknown. I often think, and I, right at the beginning of my contribution this morning, I talked about caring about the consequences. The consequences of our cyber world are hugely significant, and our ability to do things has changed beyond our understanding. And so we must be humble with technology, not pursue and capture it, but adapt with it, I think. And that's going to be really difficult, I think.
Okay, Prof. Mike, maybe this is the last question from Miss Sophie Septania.
Okay, many thanks, Mbak Lisha, and good morning, Prof. Mike.
Good morning.
My questions will be how to deal. We knew that this, you said that the technology is like a new form of freedom. We knew that we have, now we are facing a very big difference of intergenerations, Gen Z, now we have an alpha, and then we have a post-alpha also. So how to deal with the generational differences in dealing with technology as form of a freedom of experience at every age. For example, for me, or even for the older generations, we use the social media for the intimacy with the family and the relatives. But with the Gen Z and maybe for the millennials, we use social media for recognitions. So in your opinion, what is the best approach to face these intergenerational differences? Thank you, Prof. Mike.
That's such a good question. And I'm very guilty of failing to look at the generational impact of, and this is really important. And I think the way in which we use technology is very different. I tell you what I'm really very keen to do, and that is not to separate out our generations and deal with them as separate phenomenon, but to look much more at how we can work intergenerationally and multi-generationally. And I think your point is so good, in that the way in which we used to joke in my house that when we got a new television and we brought it into the family room, I'd then have to get my grandson to come and program it and tell me how it works. All right, this was an old joke and it was so true that the new technology, our younger generations are very comfortable with its ability. They can use it, relate to it, They don't worry about using food delivery or taxis in that way, or jumping on a Gojek or whatever. I think we must have much more multi-generational decision making. So when I look to the government, I look to the government that tends to be comprising a single or maybe two generations, but not three or four. We find it very difficult, don't we, to include young people in our decision making, and to hang on to old people, not to push them away. We need both the energy of young people and their comfort with technology and the wisdom and experience of older people, both in at the same time. So the very question you ask is itself illuminating, because you've recognized that the Gen Z and the millenniums have different ways of thinking, different ways of approaching the technological revolution that's taking place. So we have to somehow incorporate and be inclusive in that. And I hope that as we become older and become more senior or whatever, that we still remain open to empowering the next generations to help us become more comfortable, I think. But great question. If we separate into our silos of generations, we'll be lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mike.
Thank you, Prof. Mike, and thank you, Mbak Sophie. Prof. Mike, we have a limited time.
That's
I
okay.
think this is closing
go
for
back to
our
bed now.
yes. Thank you very much. This is the end of our session. Thank you for inspiring topic and presentation. I think I don't need to conclude, because your explanation is very clear, and this is time for the committee to give your certificate. Is it right? Okay. We give it online. Thank you very much for your imparting for this valuable knowledge and your expertise in this as a keynote speaker.
So my good wishes to all.
Waalaikumsalam. And now we will take some picture session. Maybe all of the participants can turn on the camera. We have about 12 screens to capture and prepare for your sweet smile, because we don't know in which screen we are. Okay, maybe the host can give my instruction. Miss Yati, maybe some.
Give some clue maybe for every
yes
picture, I think.
Okay, Miss Farah or
okay.
Slide 1. Okay, page 2. Smile. 3. Page 4. Five. And next, wait a minute. Okay, there is Miss Lisa and Dan.
Done. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all of your participant and engagement today in our international webinar. And I'd like to thank our keynote speaker once again for their valuable insights. We hope you found this seminar informative and useful, and we look forward to seeing you at the next event. Have a great day and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mike.
My pleasure.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Miss
Haidar.
Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I will announce about the full paper presentation. Maybe you can turn on the other. I will announce about the full paper presentation. The committee will show you the schedule on this screen. So everyone stay tuned, especially for the presenter. We have about 5 breakdown room, and you can join based on the schedule that will show by the committee. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, I will remind you to fulfill the link for presentation for attendance in the meeting chat. Don't forget to all the participants to fill the attendance link to get the certificate for this international webinar. Thank you very much.
Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, UIN Suskaryau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005. Based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is the upgrading of Study Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Kasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 1970 by the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs, number 1094, 1970. Nowadays, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is striving to hold various innovations in developing the university both institutionally and academically. So far, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has produced many alumni that are able to mobilize social transformation through their participation in different institutions, both traditional religious institutions like pesantren and modern institutions in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. Study Islamic University Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational program by opening new faculties, department and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Da'wah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairun Nasrajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Syarif Kasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tadwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wa teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integratively in Asia at 2025.
The Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities, faculty and classroom building, Administration Center Building, Main Library, Students Dormitory, Laboratory Building, Islamic Center Building, Information Technology and Data Center Building, Students Activity Center Building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings.
Mohon maaf peserta semuanya, kita balik ke main room. Silahkan menuju breakout room seperti tadi.
Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, UIN Suskariau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005. Based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is the upgrading of Study Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Kasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 1970 by the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs, number 1094, 1970. Nowadays, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is striving to hold various innovations in developing the university both institutionally and academically. So far, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has produced many alumni that are able to mobilize social transformation through their participation in different institutions, both traditional religious institutions like pesantren and modern institutions in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. Study Islamic University Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational program by opening new faculties, department and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairun Nasrajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Asy-Syarif Qasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tatwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wat teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integrally in Asia at 2025.
The Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities, faculty and classroom building, administration center building, main library, Students' dormitory, laboratory building, Islamic Center building, Information Technology and Data Center building, Students' Activity Center building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, UIN Suskariau, was inaugurated by President of the Republic of Indonesia on February 9, 2005. Based on the rule of the President number 2, 2005 issued on January 4, 2005. Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is the upgrading of Study Islamic Institute of Sultan Syarif Kasim Pekanbaru that was founded on September 19, 1970 by the decree of the Minister of Religious Affairs, number 1094, 1970. Nowadays, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau is striving to hold various innovation in developing the university both institutionally and academically. So far, Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has produced many alumni that are able to mobilize social transformation through their participation in different institutions, both traditional religious institutions like pesantren and modern institutions in the sector of education, legislative, government, NGOs, and political parties dominated by alumni of other universities previously. Study Islamic University Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has developed various study programs that support performance of higher educational program by opening new faculties, department and study programs. The faculties are as follows: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Sharia and Law, Faculty of Usuluddin, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Social Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, the Graduate Program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ana Profesor Dr. Khairun Nasrajab, Mudir Al-Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. Ana usilu amamakum Risalatul Jami'ati wa ru'yatuha an takuna Jami'atus Sultan Asy-Syarif Kasim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Riau muassasatan ta'limiyatan aliyatan barizatan wa mutawwiqatan fi tatwiril ulum al-islamiyah wal ulum at-tajribiyah wat teknologiyah wal funun bisaklim mutakamilin fi mantiqati Asia sana alfan wa khamsatu wa isrun. UIN of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has manifesting of excellent and prominent Islamic university in developing Islamic knowledge, science, technology, and arts integrally in Asia at 2025.
The Study Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau has provided various facilities to support teaching and learning process, as well as for student academic and non-academic activities, faculty and classroom building, administration center building, main library, students dormitory, laboratory building, Islamic center building, Information Technology and Data Center Building, Students Activity Center Building. To support the student capacity building and develop their personal interests, there have been formed an organization for university students. It aims to actualize themselves, strengthen their talents and interests, activate and wish to contribute in the format of community engagement, free public service, development trainings.
Baik, berakhir sudah sesi presentasi paper dari setiap peserta dari breakout room 1 sampai dengan 5. Alhamdulillah tidak begitu ini ya, keluar dari waktu yang sudah ditetapkan. Nah, izinkan saya kali ini untuk mengumumkan best presenter dari setiap breakout room. Best presenter dari breakout room 1 saya penasaran? Jeng jeng jeng. Sebentar ya. Best presenter dari room 1 adalah autor 1 Haura Zakia dan Penny Handayani dari UKI Atmajaya Jakarta. Kemudian untuk best presenter di room kedua, Shirley Sianto dan Santi Sudarji dari Universitas Bunda Mulia, Jakarta. Kemudian untuk best presenter room 3, Hana Kurnia Mercedes, Mariana, dan Rismaida dari Universitas Batam. Kemudian untuk best presenter di room 4, Farah Anissa, Syarifah Naimi Anissa, dan Alia Zafira dari Universitas Islam Indonesia. Kemudian untuk best presenter room 5, Angelica Heavenly Ezralita Harini Tunjung Sari dari UKI Atmajaya Jakarta. Baik, selamat kepada kelima presenter dan tim peneliti. Akhir kata saya menutup kegiatan webinar internasional dan paper pada hari ini. Terima kasih atas partisipasi Bapak Ibu semuanya. Semoga kita bertemu lagi di webinar dan paper di tahun depan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Terima kasih Bu, selamat siang.